University sector. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. Pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sarah Kane and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, Professor. Now, Cortez or Cortese?
Cortez.
Yep. Professor Cortez, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Could you start by stating your name, position, title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you so much, Dr. Kane. My name is Corinne Cortez. My title is Professor of Accounting at the University of Wollongong. And I'd like to give an oath today, please.
Thank you.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to start by making a short statement?
Sure, I will. Thank you very much. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to give evidence. I've been an academic for almost 25 years across 2 universities. My research expertise focuses on regulation and regulatory structures applied to contexts including accounting and reporting practices and corporate boardrooms. I have taught across undergraduate and postgraduate accounting degrees, principally in financial accounting, and I've spent most of my academic career at the University of Wollongong. I am not representing the University of Wollongong today, rather my evidence is given in my role as an academic researcher with an interest in regulation and governance. The program of work that led to my submission to this inquiry arose from research that I was conducting with colleagues on corporate boardrooms. That work examined diversity within corporate boards and prompted me to consider the composition of university boards, their councils. This began as a diversity project, but as I repeatedly observed the prevalence of university council members with corporate backgrounds, I became curious. Around the same time, the widespread use of consultants in the public sector was becoming increasingly visible. I was seeing in my data that some council members were also consultants or were affiliated with consulting firms, and many restructures had commenced across the sector, often mentioned in connection with these firms. So that initial curiosity crystallised into a dedicated research project that focused on councils, corporatisation of the sector, and consultants. I would like to emphasise at this point that I'm not seeking to cast aspersions on consultants as either individuals or as a group. I appreciate that consulting engagements may well have real value within university contexts. My observations stem from evidence that suggests there is a significant reliance on consulting services by universities and a related concern that these consulting engagements are shaping and even displacing traditional university governance functions in ways that aren't transparent. This is more than consultants providing specialist or immediate advice to fill a genuine void. These functions instead stand in for deep sector knowledge, institutional memory, and context-informed decision-making. Alongside this observation, there sits a broader tension, and that is one of orientation. The managerial and market imperatives that drive consultants, and that, by the way, are perfectly reasonable and rational in private sector settings, do not align with the public mission of universities. Universities exist to serve national priorities, to support critical and independent scholarship, and to protect academic freedom. These are features that sustain public trust, that underpin the credibility of research, and that justify universities' legitimacy as stewards of public funding. And these purposes sit uncomfortably, and sometimes very uncomfortably, with the corporate frameworks that consultants bring with them. Like many of those contributing to this inquiry, I share concerns about the state of governance structures that currently frame our universities. I'm very pleased to be here, and thank you, Chair. I welcome questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Cortez. I wanted to start with you spoke about your research starting with board or council composition. And I just wanted to explore a bit more, I guess, the link between that and the corporatisation of universities and the consultant link. And I know you've mentioned it a bit in your introduction, but I wondered if you could talk a bit more. I know in your submission you go into quite a bit of detail on this. And we often hear... Well, I'll start with that and then I'll go to the next.
That's fine, sure. So as I said, I was first of all interested in diversity of the university councils, so fairly mundane, I suppose, in comparison, extension of the corporate board work we were doing. I was interested in gender diversity, ethnicity of university boards. But once I started to look at the profiles of our councils and where their backgrounds, where they've sort of come from, I suppose, I was shocked actually to see the extent of corporate backgrounds of our council members. And I was surprised alongside that to notice the limited higher education experience that came along with council membership. And so that sort of, I looked at a few university councils and then more, and it became a pattern. So in my data, and I'm just focusing in this submission obviously on New South Wales universities, there's 177 council members across our universities, and this is for 2024 data, which I focus on in the submission. And there's only elected staff, 18% of those being academic and professional staff, so about 30 council members in total.
And of the remainder, the vast majority of those are from accounting, finance, that kind of discipline?
Yeah, so against the orientation. So 46% of council members are externally appointed, and the vast majority of those, more than half, slightly more than half, 54%, have a business orientation, so corporate consulting, industry orientations, affiliations with sitting on other boards.
And one of the things you mentioned in your introduction and in your submission is that there is also, seems to be, quite a number of council members who are affiliated with external consultants.
Yes.
You want to explain a bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. So there's some board members that have as their substantive positions partnership in a consulting firm, which was alarming, particularly given the the media scrutiny at the time and other parliamentary inquiries that were going on about the widespread use of consulting services at universities and in the public sector. And also there's this I can't think of quite the right word, but the majority or the vast majority, 90% or more of the biggest Australian firms are audited by the Big Four firms and seek their consulting engagements from the Big Four firms. And so there's that overlay of network of interests and this sort of web of complexity that already goes alongside with the sort of big end of town that exists there as well. So the overlap there is significant as well.
We've had an inquiry into consultants that Miss Boyd, who's one of our committee members who's online, chaired, and we heard a lot that that's okay if you have consultants on boards or councils because there'll be firewalls. That just because someone's there it doesn't mean it will influence. Do you? I mean, I'm a little sceptical about that myself, but do you have any of your research look at that?
Yes, I think that's possible, that there are firewalls that can be at play, but I think that the scepticism that you have is well justified, particularly when there's no transparency of process, which is what we're seeing in the sector. And so we just don't know what's happening. And I think that that's where there becomes issues of trust, issues of what's happening here, and questions around accountability really rise to the surface when there's no transparency.
I guess that leads me almost directly into the key questions that I wanted to ask.
Okay.
Much of what you look at is the annual reporting of universities in your submission. It seems to me that they are quite opaque documents where it's very difficult, if you're trying to pin down consultant spend, it's very difficult to be able to understand exactly what's happening. Could you describe a bit the process you went through, and if you feel you even got to understanding what was going on with consultants?
Yeah, absolutely. Before I do that, did you want to take Abigail's question?
We'll do that after.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
So once I had gone through the looking at the council membership and then having these, the scepticism and the questioning around what's actually going on, I thought, okay, let's have a look at where the spending is on consultant and consulting fees. And so then I went through the annual reports of each of the universities to see where are the consulting services expenditures being reported, and that was a little bit of an exercise. So some universities disclose consulting expenditures as a line item in the income statement, which is fine, one way of disclosing it. And Macquarie University and University of Sydney have their consultant expenditures as line items in the income statement. Every other university discloses the consultant expenditure as an other expense. So buried in amongst a huge other expense item, that then you are referred to a note in the back of the financial statements, and you go in and you try to uncover it there. And then each other expense item would call consulting expenses something different. So let me just get my eyes together. Some universities would call it consultants and contractors. Some would call it contract services, including consultants. Another would call it consulting and professional fees. And so this sort of repeats for the 10 universities. And so it's very difficult then to discern exactly what we're seeing. How much really is the consulting expense and how much is contracting expense? And where do these amounts begin and end when we're thinking about consulting services? Where is the money being spent? It's very, very difficult to discern that information.
Okay, we'll go to Ms. Boyd.
No. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming along this morning and for your submission, which is fantastic. Thank you very much, Professor. One of the issues, and just coming off of the Chair's questions in relation to conflicts of interest, one of the issues that we really tried to nail, I guess, in our consultants' inquiry was this idea of the infiltration of culture of consulting. So even if you have somebody, say, from PwC or KPMG sitting on a particular university board who may not be involved in any decisions to give work to their own consulting firm, the very fact of having so many consultants on boards, do you think that then leads itself to an increased use of consultants and almost like, consulting salespeople, I guess, being on all the different boards and normalising the idea that you have to go to a consultant as opposed to, say, a university academic or someone else for advice?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think, again, it comes back to the orientation that becomes sort of normalised within the council structure. Having a majority of council members that have a corporate orientation creates this kind of group think where it's normal to seek consulting service. Rather than, if you were to have a group of academics, say, that were the majority on the council, I nearly said board, I keep going to say board, on the council, then it might be normal that those council members who are academics might say, oh, I know academic X in the business school who has that expertise in internal audit, or I know somebody in engineering who's a process engineer or in IT who could offer that service. But instead, you've got a group of essentially business people whose normal way of thinking is let's outsource that to a consultant who can help us with that. I know somebody from, one of the big four. I know this other person that's given an independent opinion on this from a particular consulting firm. It's just about normalising the group think and how that happens. And it's not to say that that's wrong. It might not be maliciously intended at all. I'm not trying to imply that. It's just about how that kind of, embeddedness takes over the normal way of thinking because of who you've got helping to frame the decision making. And I think that's the risk. And we don't know. And that's part of it too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So did you have a quick follow-up, Ms. Boyd, before we go to Mr. Fang?
I do. Just another one on the, just following up from your questions, Chair, in relation to the accounting and the fact that universities, it's just so opaque to actually find, as you were saying, to actually find what their consulting spend is.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm not choking. No, sorry.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you, Ms. Boyd. We'll go to Mr. Fang.
I'll take over.
Yes.
I hope you're all right, Abigail. Professor Cortez, just in relation to the issue of governance, obviously you've indicated that you have done a lot of work around governance in the university sector. You've said that you were surprised to see that there was quite a number of linkages between council members and consulting firms, and that there seemed to be a priority for corporate experience as opposed to an academic or university experience when appointing council members. How do we find the balance? Because surely if you've looked at governance and the issue of governance, you've spoken about groupthink. If everyone was a representative of the academic or university sector, we would see a groupthink that would be too far the other way. Surely we must be able to find a balance between corporate experience, corporate knowledge, university experience, academic application of funds and expenditure. How do we make sure that we've got the right mix?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm not sure what the right mix is, but I don't think what we've got now is the right mix. Evidence would indicate, and current state of the sector would indicate that what we've got now is not really working. So, I think some kind of rebalance of the quota might be good. I mean, if we think about how many students we've got enrolled at universities around New South Wales, probably about 200,000, and 10% of council members are students. That's about 17 representing our students. That's not many. Versus corporate members, which is nearly 50%. I shouldn't say corporate members, council appointed members, which are mostly corporate members. And I'm not quite sure that that's right either. So I think and lots of testimony has talked about having a skills matrix, and that's the basis of council appointed members. I'm not quite sure that the skills matrix is right. So perhaps that's something that needs to be considered. It's not my area of expertise on, so I've looked at the appointments. I haven't looked at the appointment processes and whether that's right.
If it's not your area of expertise, it's certainly not mine. But I guess from a corporate perspective, diversity of views on a board is often valued by corporate members. Absolutely. And it's certainly the case why sometimes you'll see sporting stars who have no direct corporate knowledge about an institution or a company appointed to that board, because they bring a certain je ne sais quoi. It's like there is something about what they do and the way that they do it that has meant that they're successful in their field, and that success can be replicated through their appointment to a board.
I agree, but I don't think we have diversity on university councils. I really don't think we have diversity on university councils.
But would you agree that it's vital that we have some level of corporate knowledge and diversity?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I do think we need to have, yeah.
Thank you. We have got Mr. Deadam with a question, but I'll pop back to Ms. Boyd, who
Yes.
seems to have recovered. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, choking on my own air. Thank you. So I was just saying in relation to the reporting,
Yes.
why is it that they don't report in a transparent way? Are they not subject to the same standards as other entities, I guess? Or what is it we could do could we change the rules to make it so they had to disclose how much they spend on consultants?
I think we definitely should look at changing the rules about how consultant expenditure is disclosed. And I think it's probably a little bit historical, the reasons why we don't have good reporting in the university sector on consultants. It's a mess, frankly. The reporting on consultants. There's bits everywhere. There's nothing. It's uniform, and I think possibly there's not been anything to sort of compel reporting uniformity. There is hopefully from this reporting year, if I can just find the name of the directive. It's a treasurer's. It's a Treasurer's Reporting Directive, I'll find it as we go on, that will ask universities to report their engagements more clearly. And so that might help, but there is a possibility for exemptions to be sought. So, let's see what happens there. But I think part of the reason that we don't have good reporting is because universities haven't needed to report.
Thank you. Mr. Deadam.
Thank you, Professor Cortez. I wanted to ask about the question of diversity that you mentioned. So what can you tell us about the gender and ethnic? And I also want to raise the question of class diversity, because I think, we often just ignore that as a category, but drawing on people from lower socioeconomic parts of society brings a different perspective, and particularly given that, the university sector tends to be dominated by people from, higher socioeconomic backgrounds. So perhaps if you could talk to what you've observed in terms of those categories, gender, ethnic and class diversity in terms of university governing councils.
Sure. That I can give a bit of a brief comment on that. It's outdated now. That was a 2023 part of the study, and then once I got into this corporatisation piece, I kind of put that aside and was all in for this. But the gender diversity is balanced actually on our councils, which is good. Roughly half and half, male and female. Ethnic diversity, our councils are quite white. There's not much ethnic diversity. Certainly more than the corporate sector, but there's not balance that we saw in the data. In terms of class, that's a difficult one to discern. We did look at education qualifications, and most of our council members hold, at least particularly in the externally appointed, hold a bachelor degree. Some hold higher bachelor degrees, PhD. They're normally the ones in the education and research category, not necessarily in the business category. Normally they would hold a bachelor degree, maybe a master's, an MBA, but rarely above that.
So I don't know whether you've heard some of the earlier evidence that's been taken by this committee, but one of the issues that I think has arisen is that many of the council members that are appointed are actually recommended based on a system of sort of corporate networks.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So wondered if perhaps you could offer some comments about that dynamic. It seems that councillors are tapped on the shoulder by, key leaders within the existing council membership, and so they're drawing on a kind of limited pool of people.
Yes, I have heard that testimony and your your particular comments on that, which I found very interesting, and I agree. It's quite it's like an elite network that perpetuates. Someone serves on a board here together, and then they come to know each other, and this is how the cycle kind of filters around. And I think that that's certainly the case. The appointment process, I think, would be good to scrutinise and perhaps think about how we better regulate that or manage that. Again, it's not been my sort of area of focus, and it's certainly not my expertise. HR matters it's not my focus. But I do think there is some irony, I think, because if we think about how corporate boards are formed, typically the corporate board members are appointed because they've got years of experience in the sector that they're appointed to, or at least adjacent sectors. And yet we don't see that really in university councils. They would have perhaps attended university or have a degree, but often these externally appointed members are, as you say, drawn from an elite network or some in some similar way. But I think, we go to shop at Woolies, but we can't serve on the board of Woolies, or we've been to hospital, but we can't serve on, can't serve on the board of a hospital. But, I think those kind of similarities, I think, are difficult to...
Sorry, I've just got one further question, which is, there's sort of two components to it. I suppose the first one is there seems to be, I suppose, a bias against the notion of sort of elective selection as opposed to appointment based on a designated skills matrix.
Absolutely.
And I think, certainly from my experience at Sydney University in the past, the alumni used to elect a substantial proportion of the university council, and that was through an open, transparent elective process. But there seems to be this notion that somehow that's a flawed way of selecting people, which I find kind of ironic, given that we live in a democracy and we don't propose that our leaders are, appointed in some opaque process, but through an open and transparent process. Yet, when it comes to governing, significant institutions, there seems to be this bias against having elected people dominate the board. So perhaps if you could offer some comments
absolutely.
about that.
So if we are to think about the appointment process for students and for staff, there's a expression of interest. We read their profiles. Staff have a link that we vote anonymously. We select our favourite person, our preferred person, favourite's the wrong word, and then they are chosen to represent the staff and student body on council. And then the alternative is we get an announcement. We have a new council member appointed by the Chancellor. This is our person. And there's no sort of insight into how that process takes place, which I think is a huge problem. So there's no similar open and transparent process, which, you're absolutely right, I think is a problem.
Sorry.
So just one last one. This question around the skills matrix that's applied, it seems to narrow the pool really, and I suppose there's an open question about whether people need to bring the skills to the board, or whether their role is more about accessing expertise to assist them in a decision-making process. Perhaps if you could offer some comment about the question of whether the skills matrix is actually really reducing the pool of people who are able to be appointed to boards.
It well might be. I don't know what the skills matrix is actually. We've all heard about this skills matrix, but I'm not quite sure what it is. I assume it follows roughly the legislative requirements that someone has to have a financial expertise, expertise with infrastructure decisions, uphold the responsibilities of the university. In my opinion, there's no reason why that person couldn't be drawn from academic staff. There's lots of academic staff who have all of that experience in bounds, but it's always that person's drawn from outside for some reason.
Thank you. Could I perhaps follow on from Mr. D. Adam in the and your answers about transparency?
Yes.
In your submission, you talk about the concerns about non-compliance with GIPA requests and GIPA disclosures. Yep. I wondered if you could speak a bit about that and what those concerns are based on.
Sounds like the state government.
Thank you, Mr. Fang.
It's all right.
Professor Cortez.
Thank you. I'm comfortable in GIPA. Thank you very much. So after I had been through the annual reports looking for the consultant's expenditure, and I think in my submission I found a total of $640 million on consulting spend. And that was a shocking amount to me, as it would be to a lot of people for 1 year. I figured there was something off about that because there was so much bundling with contract and professional services fees and what does this mean. So I decided I would have a look to try and get some more granular data. And so I figured I would take a look at the GIPA disclosures and every university's contract register to try and get some more information. And so in doing that, I had a look at more than 2,200 GIPA records for these 10 universities. And just as an observation, those GIPA registers were incredibly difficult to access, difficult to locate. Once I found them, they're difficult to get information out of. And there was information that was missing, redacted, withheld, inconsistent reporting, and consulting engagements were often categorised in different ways, so difficult to figure out the information. And with those, given that there were so many, I focused my review of those records mainly around the Big Four, because that followed along with other inquiries that were going on at the time around those consulting firms. And I also extended into look at Accenture, Gartner, Quartermentha, McKinsey, Nous and Sign, because those firms are also known for their strategy and advisory work in higher education. And looking at the 10 universities, I found about $129 million in consulting expenditure for 2024 within those firms. But again, just not consistent. Transparency was difficult to get a good handle on. And one university contract register made no mention at all of those firms. And I was really puzzled about that. And this was the University of Sydney. And I was surprised because there was consultants as a separate line item in their annual report for $18 million. But there was nothing in the GIPA register. And I thought, I can't believe that University of Sydney would just fail to meet its disclosure obligations, or that it wouldn't engage any of those firms when every other university was. Felt strange to me. Anyway, so that was the next piece. I got busy doing some more research there. And actually, University of Sydney's annual report helped here, because there was a small piece in their annual report that talked about the annual reports and statutory bodies regulation, and this probably comes to Ms. Boyd's question from earlier, and this regulation talks about a requirement or an exemption from a requirement to disclose consulting engagements if that engagement was commissioned by the governing body or council of a university. Now, that exemption, that regulation has been repealed, but the exemption has been carried through to the Government Sector Finance Act. So to sort of circle back to the University of Sydney, the absence of disclosures of the University of Sydney is not actually a compliance issue. It's just like a long-standing legislative provision that applies to all university governing bodies. If they commission the engagement, they don't have to report it. So now I don't know what I'm looking at in these GIPA disclosures. Is it all of them, or is it some of them? Is it a few, none, some? What are we actually seeing? I'm actually really not sure. So just a acknowledgement, and here's my what I was trying to find earlier. The Treasurer's annual reporting directions should help here, hopefully helps here. And there's a requirement there that that universities do disclose their obligations with regard to consultant engagements from this year. Let's see what happens.
Thank you so much. I think Ms. Merton has.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Cortez. If I could just take you back to Figure 2 of your submission, which shows 56% of university council members have affiliations to corporate consulting industry groups.
Yes.
Just checking, are we aware of the extent of the affiliation with the membership of the 10 university councils? So, how many affiliated council members would be holding positions or prior positions with the relevant sort of consulting firms?
The consulting firms, or with corporate and consulting? 46%.
46%.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
And just in terms of Table 2 of the submission, where we talk about the consulting related expenditures, and we have the total of that expenditure being 640, 594 in dollar terms.
Yep.
I'm just wondering, is it possible that possibly a higher amount could have been spent on external consultants as to what's sort of captured here, given it's embedded and sort of remains a bit unclear?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, look, there could also be less, since that is likely to also include contract services. As I said, the reporting's just so difficult to unpick that I'm just really not sure. So, some of the amounts include contract services, consultants and contractors, professional services. I'm just not sure what amounts are included in that. And then with that reporting sort of exemption, where we don't know whether all consulting contracts are captured in that, I'm just really not sure. That to the best of my research, I was able to pull out what's been publicly disclosed and put it in there. That's the best I could do.
Thank you. And if I could just return to the issue of membership of university councils that we've touched on, and I note that you make reference to membership must include designated officials.
Yes.
And in the list you also mention ministerial appointed members.
Yes.
Wondering if you might be able to just elaborate on what do we know in terms of appointed members?
The ministerially
Yeah.
appointed members?
Yeah.
Not much. It's just that they can be ministerially appointed.
Would there be any council members in place today that would be ministerial appointments?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
yes. There's usually 2 or 3.
On each university council?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. And you also touched a little bit on the audit provision of some of the big 4 consulting firms.
Yeah.
And just breaking that down further in terms of the same firm providing an audit function in addition to non-audit advisory consulting functions.
Yeah.
The issue of independence sort of comes up here.
Yeah.
Do we know anything sort of around that, like disclosure about, well, if I'm going to audit, what else are we doing? Is the same firm doing for the same university?
So not for universities. So all universities are audited by the National Audit Office. So the Big 4, for example, don't audit universities. They can provide consulting services. They can also be internal auditors, but they can't be external auditors because universities are private sector organisations. They are audited by, because universities are public sector organisations, sorry, my words, then they are audited by the public sector auditor, which is the Australian National Audit Office. Yeah. So there's no conflict there in terms of the auditor and the consultant that we would see that is often a concern in the private sector.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Boyd.
Oh, thank you very much. Just one last one from me. One of the other things we found in our consultants' inquiry with the use of consultants in government agencies and other places was that there was, with the hollowing out of staff, you then ended up with a kind of influx of consultants acting as contractors. I have spoken with people in universities who say that in IT and other non-academic areas where there has been staff cuts, often instigated by a consultant report, those staff cuts are then quickly made up for by the employment of consultants as contractors into previous staff positions. Right. Have you seen any of that in the reporting? Is there any indication, any evidence of that in the actual sort of reports coming out from the universities that you've seen?
Not that I've seen directly, because a lot of the contracts disclosures don't say much. So they would just have the amount, the contractor, and then a lot of the contract details. There's no sort of information about who's employed to do the job, and not even much on the purpose of the engagement. But certainly, anecdotally, there's people that leave an institution and come back as a consultant working for the same institution or another institution. So there is a lot of that going on, unfortunately.
We might have to ask the unis for that breakdown of labour. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just checking with Mr. Nanva if you have any questions.
Nothing from me, Chair, thank you.
Okay. That being the case, I think that clock's just a little behind. So I think we're at 10 o'clock, which is the end of our session with the Professor. I just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you again, Professor, for your submission and for appearing today and sharing your expertise. We do appreciate it.
You're so welcome.
And also, sorry, I should say the formal part of this, that I don't think you took any questions on notice, but if there are supplementary questions from the committee, the Secretariat will be in touch with timeframes.
Happy to.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Video, so we'll just let that get settled for a second. Okay. All right, thank you. As we start the next session, welcome to Dr. Bond and Mr. Thrower. And what I'd start with, perhaps with you, Dr. Bond, is stating your name, position, title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation.
Yes. Dr. David Bond, Director of Online Programs at the AGSM at the UNSW Business School. And I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Thrower, if we could ask the same from you, your name, title, and then either an oath or an affirmation.
Jack Thrower, Senior Economist at the Australia Institute. And I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would either of you like to start by making a short statement? Yes, Mr. Bond, or no?
No.
No, Dr. Bond. Okay, Mr. Thrower, would you like to make a short statement?
Yeah, I'll just make it brief. Essentially, I just wanted to sort of give a brief explanation of what our research at the Australia Institute has been focused on in this sector. It's essentially been returning the university sector in Australia as a whole, including New South Wales to the public goods of teaching and research, which are sort of its purpose. We've seen too much that things have prioritised maximising surpluses, enhancing privileges and the status of senior management, while students and staff have suffered in the current system, including wage underpayments, finding quality of education and research and things like that. We believe that we're currently in the sort of worst of both worlds between a public and a private system. This system takes a lot of public money, both in the research and the teaching grants and things like that, but isn't accountable in the same way as public institutions generally are. It's great to see that New South Wales is launching an inquiry into this, but it's rare to see either at the Commonwealth or the state level this sort of public inquiry and public attention on these issues. Meanwhile, while it has some sort of privatised features and high pay that you see in the corporate sector, and what we would argue would be wasteful competition between universities on things like advertising, essentially for competing for the same student pool. And even though these are public institutions that are all kind of work towards the same public goal, it doesn't have the private accountability of the private sector either. So while vice chancellors are paid like CEOs, they don't face a board in the same way that private companies do, or regulatory oversight in the same way as public companies do. So I just finish this up by underlining that the solutions here are going to be about reforming structures and aligning incentives, which will mean starting reform at the top, reforming the ways that university councils work and their equivalents, and essentially aligning their incentives towards the public good.
Thank you, Mr. Thrower. Dr. Bond, I might throw to you first. I note that you were here for the evidence of Dr. Cortez, and you created a YouTube video about finances at UTS over a 10-year period. And part of what was in that video was looking at where to find information. I wondered if you could perhaps give a bit of an overview of that, what you did, where you found information, where I guess the challenges are in terms of transparency for understanding the spend of universities generally, and then on consultants in particular.
Yeah, so the source of that information was publicly available through primarily the annual reports, which are available through the university websites. For the most part, there is a level of consistency around how, and we're not talking consultants specifically at this point, but the general sweep of the information provided. There is a level of consistency across the sector in terms of the line items that you see on the face of the income statement. There is, once you drill into, as Professor Cortez mentioned, once you start to drill into other expense items into the notes, there is a level of divergence in terms of how different universities will provide that information. But for the most part, there is information provided through that. So relatively, I mean, for someone with a background in and knowing where to look, one, the actual available reports, if you know where to look on the university website, and Google obviously helps as well in that sense, they are relatively accessible. Within the actual statements themselves, they can be quite lengthy documents, but again, with some level of sort of base financial knowledge, it is relatively easy to navigate where to find the majority of the information.
Okay, but when it comes, so that's sort of general income expense information. When it comes to sort of specifics about consultant spend, contractor spend, service spend, how easy would it be for your lay person to be able to break down those categories and understand what was going on, do you think? I mean, you're not a lay person, so it's hard to reflect.
But if speaking consultants specifically, and having heard the previous evidence, I would support that in terms of 2024 and the reports, and there's some difference that have happened over time. But for the 2024 reports, as was mentioned, only 2 universities provided or disclosed, recognised consultants as a line item on the income statement. The remaining universities did not, and provided that as a note disclosure within other expenses. And as was also noted, and I had obviously in my notes, that there is a level of difference in terms of how that information is provided. So consultants, consultancy, professional services, contract services. So to the extent that I have any assurance about is that line within other expenses saying the same thing? I don't. And that actually does go to a number of other expenses listed where it's actually from an outside observer. It's quite difficult to understand what that necessarily pertains to.
Okay. So would it be fair to say, universities obviously are complying with accounting standards, those kinds of things, but sort of person in the street transparency around this particular expenditure is quite difficult to unpick.
It is. Of the 10, one university, and interestingly enough, it's UTS, actually provide quite extensive disclosures around their consultant spend. So in line with TPG 2510, that framework for financial and annual reporting, they don't seem to have exercised that exemption option.
Right.
So they have actually provided, and which is great. I think there's opportunities to look at how that information is then provided and aggregated to make it more meaningful to a user, and I'm happy to speak on that as required. But they do actually provide that, whereas the other universities have either explicitly noted that they have taken the exemption or just make no comment at all.
Okay. Mr. Thrower, if I can go to you, the Australia Institute has done a lot of work in the university space and on expenditure in particular. I know that there's the particular report about highlighting the large travel, marketing and consultant spend. I wondered if you could reflect on what types of information should councils be required to publicly disclose that they currently do not. So we've just had they're doing what legally they need to, but what would be a better option around that for transparency?
So we did have a specific recommendation in our submission to the Federal Senate, which was sorry, I'm just getting it up here. Along with the require all universities to provide, along with their financial reports, a separate and itemised consultancies disclosure report, as is currently the case in Victoria. And this is, I believe, there are increased, the federal government has flagged that they are planning on increasing disclosure requirements regarding consultancies. I think that the itemised, particularly above a certain level, is important because in our experience, then there is quite a lot covered under the category of consultants. And then when we've published research about this, then we've been criticised or pushed back on by universities who are saying, oh, that's actually including a lot of things, which is certainly their right, but the fact that we're unable to make assessments based on publicly available information sort of proves the point in a lot of ways. So, for instance, the ANU, which we've had a particular focus on, has changed their, or at least announced changing their disclosures for what the level of detail they go into on consultants. So, it would be something. It would be sort of going to the same recommendation as we had before. Itemised consultancies. Potentially that would only be above a certain level, but even some of the smaller spending on consultancies have been that have only come out through things like Senate estimates and freedom of information requests have been quite shocking. So there was a case in the for ANU where it appears that they, during a lot of negative media, they sold the services of a reputation management firm for $6,000, which is not a lot of money in the scheme of things, obviously, but an FOI that asked for the results of that was responded to that there were no written materials, either from notes made from the meeting or written materials provided by the company or anything like that. So, even some of these smaller things, like the fact that you can spend $6,000 and have absolutely nothing to show for it, is quite shocking. So, even some of these smaller spending can be not a good use of universities' money, so much of which comes from the public.
Thank you. I might go to Dr. Bond. So we've had some suggestions there. Dr. Bond, in order to make information more accessible to your layperson, would you have suggestions that would
Yes.
help, or best practice or examples?
And I have a number of suggestions. Some relate to, I suppose, the annual report and the actual income, the financial statements themselves, and some relate to potential for other disclosures. And I think in looking through the GSF and some of the frameworks that already exist, I think there's actually scope to be able to do that quite readily. So the first would be the university is required to recognise expenses relating to expenditure and consultants on the income statement. We already see 2 doing that, the remainder don't. To bring that, to make it more salient to the audience, I think would be helpful, just to make it more, to make it more salient for those that are using it. The second would be to take, not all expenditure on consultants is actually expensed. So there's a difference between the money that is spent on consultants, which ends up in the income statement, and money which is spent on consultants, which is capitalised and ends up being built into an asset of the university. The only one I
Could you give an example of that?
Yeah, so if there's money spent on, say, architecture or design, which is included in capital works, that depending on the actual fact pattern of the situation, that may well end up being capitalised into the cost of the asset. To give you an example of the materiality of that, for UTS, and this is the only one where it's possible to do because they actually have provided disclosures around this in 2024, in their additional disclosure, they noted that they had a $41 million spent, or $41.44 million spend on consultants, whereas on what they've expensed is in the order of about $32 million. So it's there's a sort of there's a reasonable percentage of the spend which is not being seen in that expense line, even if it was to be in the income statement. So I think to have an additional disclosure within the notes to the accounts, which includes all spend on consultants, whether or not it be expensed or capitalised, would be beneficial. And I think within my reading, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'll have to caveat that here, within the GSF, it does seem to, in section 711, it does seem to provide the option that, based upon the Treasurer's directions, that the format, the preparation, content, and presentation of annual reporting can be set. So I think there is, it seems to me, again, not a lawyer, that there may already be a mechanism in place that if there is direction from the Treasurer, that those items would be included in the reporting.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to, thank you for that, Dr. Bond. I'm going to go back to Mr. Thrower. I wanted to ask some more general questions about governance, Mr. Thrower. Again, the Australia Institute has been very active in this space for a number of years. And we had a previous witness appear and talk about, I guess, the corporatisation of the councils. And in your submission to the federal governance inquiry, your submission stated that decades of pressure to make universities more business-like have produced scandalous consequences. And what specific governance failures do you consider to be a direct result of this corporatisation? It's a big question.
Yeah. I guess it sort of depends in some ways how we're defining the corporatization. I think if it's broadly defined, then I'd say sort of most of them. So let's zooming out. One of the big changes has been sort of the move away from collegiate models of governance, where sort of academics are governing themselves in some ways through representatives and things like that, and more towards this sort of managerial, top-down sort of role model. And I guess looking at like the way that the thing that I've been sort of focusing on in recent months is the role of university councils and how currently the vast majority of people on university councils are either appointed by the council themselves or appointed by government, usually with some heavy involvement of the council through a subset committee, or usually the council is quite involved, which essentially makes these things not really representative institutions, that they're more sort of self-perpetuating. So the counterexample would be the parliament is elected by the people. The people rate how well the parliament's been performing, and then they either re-elect or elect out the government. And in the business world, you have the shareholders elect the board, and they, if they're unhappy with the performance of the board, then they can also get rid of the board. Whereas university councils, as they currently are, the main incentives that they have is not towards, because they're not directly accountable to their main constituents, which would be students and staff. Then the main incentive structurally that they have is towards maximising the prestige of the association with the institution, or networking with other high-powered individuals and things like that. And I think that would be sort of one of the key things. And from that, you can see where various scandals come from. So, for instance, the high pay of vice-chancellors seems to be partly attributed to the fact that they have quite, the chancellor and the vice-chancellor have quite a lot of sway over the university councils when it comes to a lot of these scandals you see around things like huge consultancy spends, huge travel expenses, large building projects that don't seem to have much to do with the central purposes of the institution, but do boost the prestige of these institutions. They sort of stem back to the fact that university councils, their incentives aren't aligned to maximising the quality of teaching and research. It is more towards the immediate prestige of the institution and the things like the entitlements of senior management and things like that. So those sorts of scandals, other things like huge wage underpayments, you can see how these all link to the fact that the incentives for the central governance structure aren't aligned with outcomes such as teaching and research or the welfare of students and staff.
Thank you for that. It was a big question, so thank you for having a go at it. Before I pass on to my colleagues, I wanted to ask a very particular question. Again, the Australia Institute has looked at ANU and the University of Newcastle and noted that, well, at least called into question whether they really had a financial crisis as the basis of their restructuring agendas. We've seen similar claims since then at UTS. Do you have views on the UTS case, or are we still seeing this, or has there been some slowing of this sort of financial crisis narrative?
I haven't looked into the books at UTS in particular, so I don't think I can comment in an informed way on that. The sort of what most universities call underlying operating results, which we've called into question at the ANU, which is sort of usually it's found outside of the audited financial statements, and it is often it appears to be the university's own assessment of what their sort of actual financial position is. But yeah, as I said, it's not included. Well, at least in the case of the ANU, it's not included in the financial statements. We've raised a lot of questions around why certain things have been excluded, particularly around why a revenue stream has been excluded, but any expenditures related to that revenue stream have not been excluded, which, if you start excluding revenue and not excluding expenses, your books are going to look a lot worse.
Yep.
It seems to be, I don't know if it's slowed in very recent times, but as far as I'm aware, University of Newcastle only started reporting this underlying results last year or very recently. Like it hadn't previously reported on this metric. It's this sort of reporting of different financial results seems to be, from my perspective, spreading. Like more universities are doing it than they used to, including University of Newcastle and things like that. And interestingly, I think part of it is also how it all plays into the general political and media narrative. So, for instance, the ANU has got there was a lot of reporting. One of the main reasons that we wrote that report is because there was so much media reporting on how big the ANU's underlying deficit was, even though that wasn't their operating results as found in their financial statements. But interestingly, some universities, even though they do claim an underlying deficit, the media doesn't pick that up in the same way. So, for instance, University of Sydney, I noticed for 2024 had an operating surplus of $545 million, so $500 million, but recorded an underlying loss of $68.6 million. So they managed to turn $500 million in surplus into a loss.
Can I interrupt there?
Yep.
Just with a non-accountant's brain, and perhaps Dr. Bond might have a view on this or be able to demystify it for me. Going back and picking up from where you've just left off, Mr. Thrower, about how what can seem to be quite a large surplus can be reported as a deficit, but also this idea that revenue streams can be excluded, but expenses on those streams can be included. Dr. Bond, is there an accounting reasoning that would help me understand how that's a possibility? Putting you on the spot.
No. I mean, so as Mr. Thrower has been discussing around what we call sort of non-GAAP earnings. So the statutory accounting requirements is where the income statement, balance sheet, and so on are generated from, which is a set of rules as in the Australian setting that come under the Australian accounting standards. So those have specific requirements in there. There is some flexibility within them, but there is a framework there that works. Non-GAAP reporting, underlying earnings, things of that nature. And as much of this may be a frustrating answer, it depends, because what that does is it sort of moves away somewhat from the regulated framework to allow companies, and this is something which you see in listed organisations as well. They have choices that they get to make around what they include and what they exclude. As to the logic behind those choices, that is then up to the organisation in question as to how they've come to that.
And do they have to because that's a bit of like a choose your own adventure. It does then, I guess, if an organisation or a company was trying to be a bit clever, then what you choose to include or exclude obviously paints a particular picture. You spoke earlier about disclosure notes. As an organisation, are you required to explain or provide?
Yeah, there are reconciliation requirements sitting there. So they should, and this hasn't always been the case. It was a growing trend through the last 15, 20 years or so, but there has been changes to requirements which have required organisations to provide a reconciliation. How that pertains to the university sector, I would have to take that on notice, but there are reconciliation requirements.
Would you mind doing that?
Yep.
That would be helpful. As I said, it's for the uninitiated, understanding that you can put some things in and put some things out, and how you explain that, and where you find that explanation, etc., would be really helpful. I have got more questions, but I'm going to pop across to see if there are other committee members who would like to ask them. Mr. Fang, Ms. Merton.
Oh, okay.
You're going to, I'm good.
Thank you so much. Dr. Bond, if I could start with you. The committee has received, multiple submissions raising concerns about the corporatisation in the governance of the university sector and the negative impact on academia. Just wondering, has there been pressure put on your school to reduce things like course offerings or the or academic study leave or other restructuring pressures?
In my personal experience at UNSW, no.
Right. Mm-hmm. And just further to that, there's also been reports in terms of students unable to engage in in-person course offerings and encouraging students to study online instead. Appreciating some flexibility there.
Yep.
Just wondering what your insight might be on that.
Yes, and I do note that I'm the director of online programs, so the online piece is obviously quite salient. But that is our programs are devised to serve a market need where there is a desire to study that way. We, as a broader institution, face-to-face is important. So there's no push to move things purely online. I think there is some level of providing options if that suits the students. But yeah, we haven't, from my knowledge, gone down that track of trying to move people online.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Dr. Bond, checking what percentage of your students would be international fee paying?
The portfolio that I'm involved with is probably 95%, 97% domestic. I can't speak to the rest of the university.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for coming along and giving us the benefit of their experience. I just want to ask, a couple of general questions. Do you think that the consultants are sort of driving a race to the bottom when it comes to university quality? It's a big question, and I'm thinking. Sorry, I will put a bit of context around that. So I'm thinking, for example, of you see the NOUS benchmarking product that they have, where they're constantly sort of saying to people, X university did this, and they saved X amount of money, and when we benchmark you on that, you could also run that same program and make those same savings. Do you think that sort of lack of diversity in approach to how to run a university is running the overall level of universities down into the ground?
At a broader context, I'm not in a position to comment on that. At a local context, quality, and I'm primarily on the education side, quality and what we do for the student experience and ensuring quality in terms of programs is one of the highest priorities that we have within the work that we do. But at a broader university level, I'm not well placed to comment on that.
Mr. Thrower, did you want to have a go at Ms. Boyd's question?
I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. I haven't looked particularly into it. My brief brief research into that sort of Nous model does seem to be quite opaque. I think that there has been some general concerns that the sort of one model fits all idea that you are seeing from particularly these consultants is having a negative impact on the quality of university education. I'm not sure whether I think that the thing that I think consultants are often more symptom than cause, in that, as we've seen, not just in the university sector, but also sort of in government and things like that. The various reasons that people use consultants, such as reduction in the corporate capability of different organizations, trying to avoid accountability, that and obviously there's a bit of a feedback loop, because once you do it once, then you build up those, you degrade your own institutional capability and build up expectations and working relationships and things like that. But I don't know if I would say that consultants are the main cause. It's more a symptom of this sort of increasing commercialization and lack of accountability in the sector that is both increasing the use of consultants and expensiveness, and often sometimes it seems like consultants are being used more as sort of cover for for things that the university management wants to do, and then they get in a consultant to have a report that says it turns out that your idea was a good one all along. So I don't know if that sort of touches on some of the issues there.
Yeah, and I think that does appear to be. I think we've seen that evidence already in our inquiry of where there seems to be a decision made, and then, as we say, the sort of decision-based evidence making occurs after the event, and you get the consultants in to sort of back the decision that you already want to make. But I guess I'm thinking more about, I'm trying to sort of unpick, I guess, this broader, what I call the infiltration of consultants into every aspect of what used to be sort of public institutions. When you think about somebody like Nous Group, that's really cemented itself now in the education sector, and is using the data that it's derived from all of that consulting work, and then feeding it back into a benchmarking product that it's then trying to market to universities. Nous Group also was involved in a lot of the Commonwealth's work around the universities accord, including summarising submissions and doing all sorts of work that some might have thought was a bit of a conflict of interest, and is now marketing those products to universities. Do you see that, if we don't want to call it an individual conflict of interest, we want to call it a sort of embedding or a cultural embedding, do you see that as a problem for the sector?
Mr. Thrower?
I'll start. Sorry, I'm not sure how to ensure that Dr. Bond.
How deep do I want to put my foot in it?
Yeah, so I think that the concern with consultants is, broader than the university sector, and it is concerning that with the sort of degradation of institutional capacity, both in the public sector, as in like the public service, and universities, that I guess I'd say that I do agree that it is concerning, and that it seems to be an accelerating trend in the sense that as you rely on consultants more, then you do lose the capacity to do the work yourself, and then you are seeing things like the build-up of these models and the whether or not, like, without even casting aspersions on conflicts of interest within organisations and things like that, even assuming full firewalls between these things, then the fact that you are seeing the increasing influence of consultants at various different levels and sector areas of traditionally public sector work, and in this case universities, is concerning. Yes.
Thank you. Ms Boyd, that's it for now?
Yes, unless Dr. Bond wanted to respond at all.
No.
Thank
Not
you, Dr.
touching
Bond.
the barge pole. Very good.
I know that I've got questions from Mr Diadam, Mr Fang and Mr Namba, so we'll go to Mr Diadam.
I wanted to just pose, I suppose, to both of you the proposition that a lot of what's happening in terms of the governance of universities is actually driven by the increasing dependence of university on foreign student revenue. I'm persuaded by the Jeffrey Pfeffer's resource dependency theory.
That one.
That organisations basically evolve to adjust their behaviour to support where they get their primary source of resources from. Do you think it's fair to say that that's the major contributing factor to what we've witnessed in terms of the evolution of university governance culture?
I wouldn't be able to comment on the governance culture. It's not an area I have expertise in, but I think it's no secret, because it is disclosed, where sort of like fee revenue and government revenues and the importance and the changing of importance of those as a mix to the sector over the last sort of 20 years or so. So there has been an increasing, I suppose there's an increasing need to generate revenues through other sources because that government revenue has declined. And I mean, you see that in certain institutions. University of Sydney, I think Mr. Thoreau mentioned there was a $500 million surplus this most recent year. I think in 2020, 2021, there was $1 billion surplus, and that was heavily driven by sort of upticks in fee revenue. Now, whether they're international students or fee-paying domestic students, it's hard to ascertain, but it's certainly, that is certainly a real part of what is going on within universities. Now, what impact that's having on the culture from a general perspective and from governance, it's, again, sort of outside my expertise to comment on.
Mr. Thrower?
I don't think I would say that it's the cause of the governance failures. In terms of, so the reliance on international fee revenue is, it's sort of a structurally strange way to fund what are, at the end of the day, sort of public goods of research and teaching, and particularly research, because research is sort of structurally underfunded in the Australian system. The only way, well, one of the main ways that universities are able to fund their research is through international students. So instead of the public governments recognising that research has all these positive, all these benefits, then they have essentially tied it to a services export, which leads to some, like, in the same way as you would assume there would be strange outcomes if we tied the funding of our health system directly to exports of, I don't know, iron ore or something like that, that if something was tied that directly, then you do see sort of strange behaviours to ensure that this revenue stream, which is definitely profitable, and there's a lot of other revenue streams where the profitability, or the surplus ability, like the ability to bring in more revenue than they cost. For university is a lot of them, it's sort of unclear whether it'll cost more than it brings in revenue, whereas international students, it seems to definitely bring in more revenue. So the fact that you do see universities really trying to make sure that they have enough revenue to pay for their research has led to various behaviours that you wouldn't see if you actually just had the public properly fund these things and not tie those that revenue and expenditure in such a way. Whether that's a governance issue, I don't know if I'd agree, in that I think that you can have good governance structures that everything is sort of non-scandalous and transparent, and you can have situations in which institution is doing badly on the books in terms of if everyone was running actual deficits, they could both be running deficits and well governed in through no fault of their own, if that makes sense. Like I don't think that it's necessarily a governance problem, and I would put the governance problems down to the lack of connection between students and staff and university councils.
So
but
my proposition's not that basically the governance problem arises out of the orientation of the universities to be effectively export focused rather than focused on the internal domestic public interest serving the Australian community, rather than focusing on the chasing the international student market and orienting the university's operations towards that focus. It's got to have an effect, doesn't it? Like if the priority of the university is to attract international students, we've heard evidence in this inquiry about that. One of the justifications for the major building works at the University of Technology was that it was about creating an environment that was attractive to students. I mean, clearly the logic is filtering through to the decision making in the governance structures, that really the priority for the university is attracting and maintaining the flow of international students so that those revenue streams are constant and stable. Do you think that's a fair observation?
Yeah, I do think in terms of the increased reliance on what could broadly be seen as sort of commercial and more business-like sales stuff, which includes a large amount of it includes stuff like commercialization, but also, yes, a large amount of the revenue is from international students, has diverted attention towards that sort of revenue maximisation, including through international students. I would agree.
I just wanted to pose another one last question. I think we're operating on sort of an assumption about the structure of university governance that's premised on a central university council. And this is for either of the panellists. Do you think it's possible to conceive of a governance model that is more decentralised? I suppose, ultimately it's about the questions that are made by the university, the decisions that are made by the university council, and whether those decisions could be made at other levels. And I'm thinking, some UK universities operate on a college-based model where you've got a cluster of effectively autonomously governed institutions clustered together in a university. I mean, is there another way of conceiving of how our university system should be governed other than this centralised model with a university council that has, overarching control over, effectively most of the decisions that are made in the university?
I suppose a response to that would be, universities decide, for most in the sector, and not just in New South Wales, across Australia, they are very large, diverse institutions. So to be able to manage that, it's to govern that would be incredibly tough, to be across competing interests, competing stakeholders within the institution, let alone what you're dealing with outside that. Does that mean there is an alternate model? To the extent that to the extent that decisions can be decentralised, where it makes sense, that could be a path forward. But it is, I think, the size and the increase in size of the institutions over the last sort of 15 to 20 years means that governance structure at the top that's an incredibly tough job. Holding aside sort of their backgrounds or diversity or potentially lack thereof.
Mr. Throw?
I don't think particularly given the size of the institutions, if viable, more decentralized models can be explored and essentially get back to that point of being accountable to the staff and students of the institutions. I don't think that I think that would definitely be a positive development. I note that Professor John Quiggin provided a submission to this inquiry and also wrote a similar paper for the Australian Institute, which sort of goes into returning to collegiality models governance, and for instance, in this circumstance, he looks into the potential applicability of the University of California model for the Australian system, which might be of interest to the committee. But yeah, no, I don't think anything that. I think that investigating decentralized models would definitely be a useful endeavour.
Thank you. Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Thrower, I was noting an answer that you provided to one of my colleagues earlier indicating that consultants could often be engaged to deliver an outcome for a university that they were seeking to build a justification for, in effect. I'm always wary of sort of generalisations. Can you provide some concrete examples where you've come across a university hiring a consultant where there's already been a predetermined outcome that the university's seeking, and the consultant's been effectively used as a cover to provide that outcome? If you've got 3 examples, that'd be really great.
I'm able to get back to you on notice. Like I have seen a fair bit of it in the media, but I would be.
I assume you've given evidence on it that you'd have, I guess, some examples to hand. It was certainly part of your evidence.
I don't have the I haven't done. This is my first work on universities in a couple of months, so I don't have them at hand.
But you did provide evidence to the committee in an answer to one of my colleagues' questions that that was the case, and that there were certainly consultants that were engaged to provide universities the outcome that they wanted. That was your evidence, right?
My evidence is that it certainly seems to be the case in certain circumstances.
And what are those circumstances?
If I could
I'll have to
just
check
jump in, Mr. Thrower, I can't remember if it was your Australia Institute submissions or perhaps a Saturday paper investigation I was reading that was citing the ANU example of, I think it might have been NAS, who provided strategic advice to the council, which was then put on council letterhead and described as the council coming up. So I wondered if that was part of your research, or was that something I'd read elsewhere?
I think that's not part of our research. I have read various reporting from the Saturday paper and things where this sort of behaviour has been assessed, but we haven't done investigations ourselves into it. I am predominantly making a statement of my impression based on various parts of research that this, and it's difficult to make specific, allegations that such a thing did in fact occur without, things like full inquiries into the matters. But I guess what I wanted to highlight was my concern, based on reporting in the media, that such things, based on that reporting, appear to be happening. And I can get you specific examples on notice, but I don't have at hand right now.
Thank you. If you could take that on notice. Mr. Feng, no further questions?
I was going to seek specifics, but given that there's clearly none, I'm okay.
Well, I'll just correct the record. The witness has said that he will take that on notice and provide examples in due course. I do have a question for you, Mr. Thrower. We have a few more minutes left. I'll just check in first of all. Mr. Nanva, did you have a question you wanted to pose?
No, I'm fine. Thanks,
Okay.
Chair.
Mr. Thrower, one of the conclusions of the discussion paper, which was about elective spending of universities that the Australia Institute looked at, I don't know if it was 2024 or 2025, but you list the spending on expenditure on advertising, marketing and promotional expenses of universities across Australia, with the University of New South Wales coming out in 2023 as having spent 24 million on marketing. One of the conclusions in the paper was that the marketing spend by universities doesn't necessarily lead to a much higher commencement rate. Can you talk a bit about this if you've got that information to hand?
Yeah, I do. So I guess the main issue with marketing spending that we're sort of highlighting here is while in the current system it might make sense on an individual university level to try to advertise to students, although it does appear that sometimes that's quite unsuccessful, that it's not boosting their commencements considerably. Also, at an aggregate level, if all these universities are competing for the same students, and we are trying to run a society-wide system which is trying to minimize unnecessary spending and focus spending on education of those students and research and things like that, that sort of competitive competition between universities is at an aggregate level wasteful, and in individual circumstances seems to be somewhat ineffective, particularly considering that when marketing is sort of trying to get one person to buy your product over someone else's product, then you can get into sort of a wasteful arms race that all universities are spending too much money on marketing in order to compete with the same students and at aggregate levels, not really boost overall attendance of universities.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have a couple of minutes left. Any further questions from the committee? Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thrower. If I could make reference to last year you participated in Failing the Test, Australian Universities in Crisis, a podcast by the Australian Institute, and you explained how consultancy generates secrecy and blocks stakeholders like academics and students from decision making. Wondering if you might be able to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Was there a... Can you repeat the question, sorry?
Oh, that's okay.
So
It was a
this
podcast you
is
participated
podcast.
in,
Yep.
and it was in reference to consultancy, and the point being that you reported that it generates secrecy, it blocks stakeholders like academics and students from decision making.
Yeah, so I guess the main point there, particularly regarding secrecy, with what I've looked into, particularly at ANU, but applies more broadly across the sector, is that the outcomes of consultancies are often not released or only released through FOI processes and other sort of forced transparency mechanisms. Consultants' reports are used by, like as I said before, often not released publicly or even released to students and staff or people who might want to have a say in these things, and then only provided to senior management or university councils and things like that, and then used in those decision making, which, as I sort of highlighted before, is predominantly not representative of students and staff. So I guess the key issues here are around that lack of transparency around, even in a redacted form, these things not being regularly released as a matter of course, and the lack of representation on in bodies where they are used to inform and justify decisions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thrower and Dr. Bond. We have reached the end of our session today. We do very much appreciate you both being here to share your expertise. I think there were a couple of things taken on notice to help me out, Mr. Dr. Bond, about accounting practices. I can't remember, Mr. Thrower, for you, but there may well be supplementary questions, and the Secretariat will be in touch with timings and process for that. But again, we thank you very much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And that is now our morning tea break, so we will reconvene at 11:15. Much for making the time available to come and speak with the committee today. We very much appreciate it. And before we begin, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and position title and then swearing either an oath or an affirmation, we could start with you, Mr. Orton.
I'm Tim Orton. I'm the CEO and Managing Principal of Nous Group, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor.
And I'm Paul Taylor. I'm a principal at Nous Group, who leads our higher education in New South Wales and the ACT. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now given, about to be given to be by me, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to start by making a short statement?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will on behalf of both of us. And I'll jump to the first paragraph. But we appreciate the opportunity to appear today before this inquiry. We've worked extensively with universities in Australia, Canada, the United Kingdom, the United States, Ireland, Mexico. So we will bring an international perspective on at least some of the questions that you ask us. But Nous Group is an Australian-founded and owned international management consultancy working with leaders in the private, public and community sectors across a range of sectors including education, health, human services, safety and security, energy and financial services. Founded in Australia 27 years ago, we provide services across the country and internationally in New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Canada and Mexico. We believe in the transformative power of education and have been supporting many of Australia's higher education institutions over the last 20 years. For decades, higher education has been a cornerstone of Australia's prosperity, fueling our economy, driving innovation, shaping our democracy and anchoring our role on the global stage. And it's entrusted by the public to shape the next generation. We appreciate that the sector is always evolving and changing and that there are some important issues to consider as reflected in the terms of reference for this inquiry. We would also acknowledge that Australian higher education institutions are some of the best performing in the world. Their comparators in the UK and Canada look to Australian universities for their dynamism, innovation and commitment to directing their resources to their core missions of teaching, research and impact. On many measures, Australian universities are well regarded, with a disproportionate number when adjusted for population ranked in the top 100 and top 500 global universities. Today, the higher education sector is facing a number of challenges, from new funding models to changing student expectations to digital disruption. They know they need to adapt. Our work as consultants supports university leaders to make decisions to strengthen institution performance, to deliver on their mission and to maintain financial sustainability. We support universities on a broad range of complex issues, on institutional strategy, on their research performance, on student experience and wellbeing, and on education models that lead to improved outcomes for students and more skilled and capable Australians. We're commissioned by universities to deliver outcomes to their specifications. We're engaged when we have a capability that's not within our client's skill set or experience. Our work is consultative, data-driven and built through engagement to support university leaders, both academic and administrative, to make well-informed long-term decisions. Universities have always been admired for their deep research and their commitment to data and evidence. One of the ways we support universities is with our Uniform Benchmarking Program, which is an exemplar of that data and evidence. It was developed in conjunction with Australian universities to provide them with better data and evidence to inform their decision making. It's now being used by 75 universities around the world. We recognise the critical importance of Australia's higher education sector for our nation's prosperity, and we want the higher education sector to work better for all Australians. We remain focused on delivering the best outcomes for our clients, their students, their staff and the broader communities they serve. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry. We welcome your questions.
Thank you so much for that introductory statement. I just want to ask to start with, Mr. Orton and Mr. Taylor, have either of you worked in a university?
Yes, I have worked in Deakin University.
Okay, in what capacity?
I was the head of their commercial arm from 1992 to 1995, so a long time ago.
Yes, I've been around for a while as well. And so that was in the professional staff area as opposed to the academic area?
That's right. But I work closely with deans, deputy vice-chancellors, research, and in some cases academics.
Okay, thank you for that. You mentioned Uniforum in your introduction. Can I ask how the data is populated? I've noted in your evidence to the federal inquiry that it's noted as data driven. So I'd like to know a bit more where that data comes from.
Sure. So Uniforum was developed around 15 years ago by a consortium of Australian universities who essentially said, in that case it was G08 universities, including Sydney and New South Wales, who said we would like to understand better the way we should organise our administrative services or our professional services, things like student services, HR, finance, IT, etc., etc. And they said, but we're going to need an external party to provide that service for us. And so what was done, working collaboratively between that external party, which was not part of Nous Group at the time, and the universities, was they agreed what data was required and how it would be collected, at what level it would be collected across the university. In practice, it's collected at very local levels, so within schools, within faculties, within administrative units, within the university. That data is collected to a particular framework and software application that Nous Data Insights provides to those universities. The data is then gathered together for each university. It goes through an extensive checking process where appropriate, there's a person within the university who's responsible for the Uniforum process. They check the information. It's then provided to Nous Data Insights, Nous Data Insights then assembles that information in a way that is able to compare the way universities have organised their administrative services across different universities, and it's provided back to the universities in reports which show how they've organised their administrative services when compared to a range of other universities, both Australian universities, Canadian universities and UK universities.
Can I just jump in there?
Sure.
I think it might have been asked of you at the federal inquiry, but I didn't quite get a sense from the answers.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I might in a second get you to go back because I didn't understand what data. I understand now the process, but I didn't get to what is the actual data you're using.
Okay. Yep.
And then you've said that you take that data and then you use whatever methodology it is, which I would like a bit of insight into as well, and then provide it back to the universities. So who pays who? Do you pay the universities who give you their data? Is that data on, about staff? Is that about how? I'd like to know about that. Sure. Because I'm concerned, just being frank with you, about the type of data you're using and whether staff have agreed to it, because I understand that part of your benchmarking is using a staff survey. Do staff know do they get to see the results of the survey? Do they know what happens to the data? Is it paid for? So there's a bit in there, I know, but if you could attack that would be appreciated.
And you're right to be very interested in it because universities find it very valuable for them. It really helps them with their decision making. The data collected is essentially asking administrative staff, where do you spend your time in terms of how much time on human resources issues, might be recruitment, might be training, might be payroll, etc. How much of your time is spent on student services? How much of your time is spent on research support? You can imagine, Chair, that there's a sort of a wide range of activities that are provided by administrative services. So the managers for each unit within the university gather that information together by making their assessment as where's my team spending its time. So that's the data that's collected. It's not data about individuals, it's about the roles that individuals play. And the data that comes through is de-identified from the individuals.
Sorry, I was just going to ask,
Sure.
So there is part of that is an assessment of management as to the allocation of task, and then part of that is a staff survey.
There are two different parts to it.
Yes, that's what I'm suggesting, and understanding that from your answers to the federal inquiry. But the second part is the survey of staff, which you're saying is de-identified. Do staff get to see the results of that survey?
So let me explain the two parts. There's one bit which is where are people allocating their time across all the different things that make up administrative services. That's what the management of the units complete. The survey is a survey of what's the level of satisfaction do people have of the quality of services that they're receiving. That's true of both academics and administrative staff. So it's a survey of the whole university or a selection of subset of the university as to what's the quality and what's their level of satisfaction. It's called the Service Effectiveness Survey. So they're two separate things. The university decides who should have access to the information. That's not a decision by Nous Data Insights. It's not written into any contracts. There are people who are appointed within the university that are responsible for the information, and then the university executive decides how broadly should we share this information. Do we share it with all of our administrative leaders? Do we share it with our academic leaders? That's a decision for the university. I would emphasise, Chair, they can only share their information and then compare that with de-identified benchmarks for universities. They can't, because the data, and this is an important point I made at the Senate inquiry too, the data is owned by each university, and then the benchmark data is owned by the collective of the universities.
Can I just ask a question on that? So I understand that the university owns its own data, but it then feeds your model, doesn't it? So its data then feeds into your benchmark. Do universities receive any benefit for giving you data that feeds your benchmark that you then on-sell to other universities?
So again, let me clarify. You can't access that data if you're not a member of the program.
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is...
But it's an important point for me to make.
Yeah, no, what I'm asking is a university has obviously control of their data.
Yep.
But their data feeds your benchmarking.
Their data, by the approval, the acquiescence of all the participating universities. Yes, universities get to see their data against the benchmarks of other universities.
But not only against, you can't create a benchmark unless you have the data from those universities.
Sure.
Otherwise, you've got no benchmark.
Sure.
So in essence, whether by acquiescence or otherwise, universities are giving you their data, which feeds your benchmark, which you then on-sell to other universities as a benchmark. Not their data, but your benchmark, fed by their data, is then you then use as part of your service to other universities. Otherwise, your benchmark doesn't work.
I understand the question, but I think you're misunderstanding something, Chair, if I can just have a chance to explain it again. So in Australia, there are currently 9 universities that are members of Uniforum. Those 9 universities provide their data into the model, and those universities then see their performance, where they're allocating their administrative resources, compared with the other 8 universities in Australia and compared with the roughly 25, 30 universities from Canada and the UK. No other university sees that data, so there's no selling of that data or selling of those benchmarks to other universities.
Mr. Rogen, maybe we're speaking at cross purposes, or I understand that. I understand that there's a difference between the university holding its own data and you not sharing that data specifically, but you create benchmark data.
Yep.
Now, without data to input, you don't have a benchmark. So I'm not suggesting you give USID's information to UNSW, but your benchmark has to be created out of something, and I'm presuming that you aggregate the data from different universities to create the benchmark. Otherwise, how is it a benchmark? Is that correct?
Pretty close, yes.
Right.
So we're getting closer to not being at cross purposes. So what we provide is for each university how they've allocated resources across all the functions. There is then what's called a normalised mean, which says if 100 is the mean, you're at 92 or you're at 107, etc., etc. There is a normalised mean, but actually what we do, we show where you are with respect to a whole lot of all the other universities, but you only know your university, you don't know who the other ones are.
No, okay.
Yep.
But my point being that you have to create a benchmark,
Sure.
and the benchmark you use is from the aggregated data of other
That's right.
universities.
I'm sorry I made that so difficult.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure that I understand that the data is being used as part of your benchmark.
Yep.
If I could just quickly, because I know there's lots of questions from the other committee members, I wanted to ask you about a specific engagement just quickly, which is less about Uniforum and more about Nous Consulting. So I understand that Nous Consulting undertook work at the University of Sydney Business School as part of the change process. And I wanted to understand how much Nous was paid for that work at the business school and what your particular role was in that project. I don't know if that's one for Mr. Taylor.
Certainly. So we were engaged by the Sydney Business School on a small engagement. It was under $50,000. And the purpose of that engagement, as we do work with many faculties in business schools around the world, was engaged by the leadership team to understand where are the drivers of high workload, what's going on across the school, and how do we create the capacity to then pursue in their example. They just launched a new strategy for the school. They wanted to create the capacity to pursue some of those strategic initiatives, and how do they organise their academic leadership and their professional staff within the school in order to make the most of that. So our engagement was relatively specific. We were asked to talk with the heads of the discipline, so that's the different units within the business school, the academic leads there, and also the discipline executive officers, who are the professional staff leads. We did a series of interviews and workshops to talk through where are the drivers of that high workload, how can you kind of solve for that to create the space and the capacity, and then put some of those ideas, both the input from both the academics and the professional staff, and also our own experiences across different faculties and business schools, forward to the dean and the deputy dean, so that they can consider as a range of inputs around how they actually create the capacity to then go and chase some of their strategic goals.
And staff provided input into that process. Were they given feedback into your final report to consider?
So my understanding is that the report wasn't made available to all the staff, but we individually, as we met with each of those, then fed back what we understood from that engagement and what our views were. So they got feedback from us, but that final report was kept by the school leadership.
Thank you. And I just want to refer back to, I think it was in your opening statements, Mr. Orton, where you say that you provide services where there is a lack of experience in a particular organisation. I will disclose, I know about the Sydney Business School. I did my PhD there, and I actually know about the school that specialises in things like work, time, how you allocate time, workload. And I just wonder how at one of our highest ranked universities and business schools that we couldn't possibly have expertise that was able to consider the workload of the staff. So I wonder how you, obviously wanting to be ethical participants, determine whether your expertise, outstrips that of professors who actually specialise in the area.
Let me pick that up, and I won't comment on Sydney Business School in particular because it would be inappropriate, but talking more generally, because it is the case that most analytical work that's done within universities where they're wanting to make executive decisions is done by the university. In our experience, consultants are used relatively rarely for most of the decisions that executives are making. When they do engage us, they engage us because we've worked with many universities, and most of the people in the university might have worked with one or two or three or four, and we've worked on that issue many times before, whereas in many universities they will not have seen that issue before. Now, your point with respect to workload in the Sydney Business School is a point well made. I suspect that they looked outside for independence on that occasion.
That's really interesting, isn't it? Because it raises the question of how independent any consultancy can be given that they're being paid. And I note that I think it was in your responses to the federal inquiry about your involvement with the university accord process, that you raised the issue that you approach the process with objectivity. I wondered, how can a consultant that's being paid be truly either objective or what was the word you used, external? I just wondered how. I mean, you got it. I hate to use the terminology, but in terms of the pub test, it doesn't necessarily pass it, does it?
I think it does pass the pub test, Chair. In large part because professionals have a professional ethic to be objective and independent. The question you're asking of consultants could also be asked of lawyers, of engineers, of accountants, of doctors, of the whole profession, or range of professions where people essentially are being paid for their services. I don't think it's unreasonable that people are remunerated for the services they provide. So I'm not sure, Chair, that you can jump from you were paid, so therefore you're not independent.
I mean, not at all trying to casting aspersions on Nous, but we have seen through multiple inquiries at state and federal level, I can see Ms Boyd raring to go, examples of where conflicts of interest, etc., have been blatantly breached by consultants. I'm not suggesting we have NOUS on that list, but it kind of makes it a bit difficult in terms of credibility, I'm afraid, for the rest of the industry. But I will pass to Ms. Boyd. I'll put that as a comment and pass to Ms. Boyd.
I'm more than happy to answer questions with respect to conflicts of interest if that's helpful.
Beautiful.
And of course, I can only answer for NOUS, not for the consulting profession.
Of course, I couldn't ask you to take the blame for the whole industry. Ms. Boyd.
Chair, I want to ask you.
Thank you. So, hello, and thank you for coming along and giving us the benefit of your experience today. I guess just a first question, going back on the chair's questioning, how many Australian universities have provided their data into that benchmarking product?
Over time, Ms. Boyd?
Yeah, in total, how many Australian universities?
Let me just turn to that particular page, or do you have it in your mind, Paul? We've worked with... No, you go, Paul.
Sure. So there's over time we've had 18 members as part of the Uniforum over the whole history of that program. I think, as Tim said earlier, there's currently 11 members as part of the Uniforum program today.
It'll be 9 in 2026.
So the benchmarking product itself uses the data from at least 18 Australian universities? Is that right?
Universities are only interested in the contemporary data, Ms. Boyd. So what that means is...
11.
They might be interested in their own data historically. They're interested in their data compared with the other universities because what's happening today is quite different from what was happening 5 years ago, for example.
Yeah. Yep. Understood. Okay. Just wanted to check that. And but the product then has international universities in there as well as those 11?
Yes, it has. It's Canadian, UK, sometimes Ireland, once Mexico universities, because particularly Australia, the UK and Canada, there's quite some similarities between those universities. They look to each other to learn from.
Yeah. So how many other universities are in that database then? If you've got the 11 Australian, how many international?
There would be 25, but I could give you the exact number if I take that on notice. But roughly, there's sort of maybe 30, sort of 14 or 15 in the UK, 12 or 13 in Canada.
Okay.
Yep.
I understand that NOUS has now been working with universities for many, many years and has been taking in billions of dollars in the fees that it's got from that
Did you
work.
say billions, Ms. Boyd?
I don't know how maybe hundreds of millions. I don't know how successful your business is.
Not at all. Think more modestly, Ms. Boyd. I would say millions each year, and sometimes not many.
No, not per year, but over the life of your work with universities.
No, over the life you might get to 100 million if you stretched it. At the moment, as I said at the Senate, for every $1 million that a university spends at the moment, they spend $370 with us.
Okay. All right. Great. But it's fair to say that you've made some money out of the university sector over a period of time, or it wouldn't have been good business. My question to you is, who has benefited from that work?
Universities would say that they have benefited from that work, and as a result, their students, their staff, and the community has benefited from that work. They'd say that very strongly, which is why they continue to use us.
Okay. But given that Restructuring Australia has led to the merging or disbanding of more than 50 schools of study and drastic reductions in course options for students, particularly in humanities, can you honestly say that the infiltration of consultants into universities has led to a better outcome for students?
I can honestly say, Ms. Boyd, that the work that NOUS Group has done for universities has led to better outcome for students. And let me give you an example. If a university runs a wide range of courses, they will typically have very few students per course. And as a result, it's very difficult for them to invest in the quality of that course because they're relatively minor fees to support that course. So that's one effect that says universities should consider what's the range of courses they provide.
Okay,
Secondly,
how does that benefit a student who wants to do a particular course, who previously could do a particular course when universities were run for public benefit rather than for profit?
Well, I think firstly, universities are still very much run for public benefit in the work that we do with university leaders, with deans, with heads of schools. It's very clearly the case that they're running the university, they're running their school for public benefit. To say otherwise is, I
So
think,
given-
terribly inaccurate.
Okay, but again, given that we've seen over 2,400 job cuts over just 15 institutions in Australia, 15 universities in Australia, again, on the back of consulting reports, do you think that your work has benefited academic staff or other staff in these universities?
So the number of academic staff in Australia has fortunately increased dramatically over the last 20 years due to the additional revenue that has flowed into those universities, largely due to a growing participation among domestic students, both undergraduate and postgraduate, and due to the growth of international students. So in fact, there are far more, if you look at the numbers, Miss Boyd, and I'd need to take on notice the exact number, there are a lot more academic staff in universities now than 20 years ago and then 10 years ago.
I would love to see that.
I think it would be
breakdown.
extremely helpful, and you'll be astounded by the
well,
growth
and
in the
also
sector.
The breakdown of the type of labour. I've got just one final question.
Certainly, Ms. Boyd.
Are you aware that internationally Naus's nickname is Nosferatu, on the basis that you're seen as being this kind of vampire that comes into universities, sucks it dry, and leaves it worse off for teachers and students? What is your defence to that?
I'm aware that actually the universities we work with hold us in very high regard, and that many other universities...
like the boards or the councils or the people...
The boards, the
chancellors
councils,
getting millions
the
of dollars
deans,
who-
the heads of school, the academics, the administrative staff. Yes, there's a joke going around. It's good to have jokes. It's not our joke, and we're not uncomfortable with being made fun of, as we should be. We have a sense of humour as well. But it doesn't much reflect Nous and the work that we do, nor our reputation. But it's good fun to have it on the record.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I don't think
Ms.
it's very
Boyd.
fun at all.
Mr.
Well,
Diadam.
you're laughing about it.
We'll-
I'll just go to some specifics. I think you threw out a figure of $300 for every $1 million spent at university. So could you specify the value of the Nous contracts in higher education for the last financial year?
In New South Wales, Mr.
In
Dan,
higher
or
education, no, nationally.
nationally? Yes, I can. In the last year, in FY25, for Australia, our revenue from universities, both Nous Consulting and Nous
No,
Data...
not revenue, the value of the contracts.
Sorry, what's the distinction you're making?
Well, I mean, surely revenue is different to...
Well, the revenue is the combination of the value of the contracts.
Okay, all right, let's give us the revenue then.
15,070,000.
15 million. So you had 15. So you delivered $15 million worth of service.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
And what was the value for 23-24?
23 was 13.95 million, 24 was 13.25 million.
And what's the projected for this year?
Oh, we might get to 10 if we're lucky.
10 million.
Yeah, maybe 8 or 9.
And how many contracts does that equate to for this financial year?
For this financial year, year to date, it would equate to about 35 contracts.
35 contracts.
Yeah.
And how many for the previous financial year?
I'm running a sort of a average contract of sort of 150, 200k. So it would be 13 times 5 would be 65, 70 contracts.
Right. And of that, how many of those contracts were actually won through a competitive process?
I would think that
You can take it on notice if you like.
I would prefer to... I think the number's about 70%, Mr. Dunn.
70%
Yep.
are won on a competitive process, open process
Yeah.
of this year and
Yeah.
previous year.
Let me take it on notice. If I'm wrong, I'll correct it.
Yeah, if you can give us some
Yeah,
specifics
sure.
about that.
Yeah.
And can I ask about uniform?
So if I could comment, Mr. Dunn, our experience is large pieces of work tend to be competitive. Smaller pieces of work, because universities have panels in place, they may not go to contracting, just as the New South Wales government runs that
So you
process.
said the average was about 100,000, I think.
150, but sometimes
That's a
we
small
do...
contract, isn't it?
Well, we're a modest firm, so 150,000 we would call medium. We'd call less than 50,000 small.
For a
And
university, $100,000 contract's not a big
Small.
big figure, is it?
small, but
And
they
you're
will
saying
have...
they're going to competitive process. 70% of those are being dealt with through a competitive process.
For
Open tender.
For larger projects, yes. For smaller projects, most will have a panel in place.
Well, that doesn't make sense, does it? If you say 70% of your contracts are going to open, and that the average value is 100,000.
I didn't say 100,000, I said 150 to 200.
Okay, well, either way, it's still fairly small fry in terms of the value, and you're saying those are, the majority of those are going to open competition.
The majority of the large ones will go to open
So
competition.
that doesn't equate, does it? If you say 70% are in open and you're saying the average is 200,000, that doesn't make sense, does it?
Well, let's take your wisdom from the start and I'll take it on notice for you.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask about uniform? So what's the charge out for uniform? How much do you charge per university for access to that data
So that's commercial in confidence.
per annum?
That's commercial in confidence.
Well, commercial in confidence doesn't actually apply to questions that are asked in this forum.
Well, I'm happy to take it into a commercial in confidence discussion, an in-camera discussion, so that you can know the figures. But if I make it public, then all of our competitors will also know those figures.
I'll just take a point of order there, Chair, because
Yes.
I certainly am aware that in other inquiries that I've certainly been on, I'll say Labor members, when we've pushed for contract information in other circumstances, government Labor members have indicated that there is commercial in confidence there. Now, I'm not disagreeing necessarily with the Honourable Anthony D'Adam that,
I'm happy
that
to
we
go
can
in
certainly push
camera
the matter, but I think that I think that this
That's
will
a
set a
good option.
precedence if we're forcing witnesses to
Thanks.
disclose commercial in
So the
confidence.
Chair's made a
information.
very good suggestion, which is you can provide the answer on notice in confidence, and that way it remains confidential to the committee.
Let's do it.
Very happy to do so.
Let's do
Okay,
it. Let's do it that way, and then we don't have to go
That's
into
a sensible
Mr.
way to
D'Adam, I'm
proceed.
going to give you one more question, and then I'm going to go over to...
Two more questions. One is how many data
Who's
points?
running this show?
How many data points are there for uniform?
I'm going to take that on notice because there's a
Okay,
lot.
That's fine. And finally, I wanted to ask, you made a comment about sort of, the economics of popular courses and not popular courses. I mean, one of the functions of universities is actually to preserve discrete bodies of knowledge that may not be have a sort of commercial interest at that point in time. How do we reconcile the kind of commercial imperatives in terms of course costing and the obligations of universities to actually preserve bodies of knowledge that aren't necessarily popular in society?
It's a really good question, Mr. D'Adam, and probably takes the wisdom of Solomon to solve, because most universities will be playing a balancing act most of the time. They'll be thinking, how many of these less popular courses can we afford to run because it meets the needs of students in the community? For example, if you're a regional university and it's very important the courses you provide in the regions, they'll think very carefully about what's the range of courses. There's no perfect answer, because
It's a vicious cycle, though.
vicious
isn't it?
cycle, if they
Obviously,
provide
if
an
you
endless
diminish
number
it.
of courses, they will not have the resources to do any of them well, nor the resources to be able to break even.
But
So
it also goes to the decisions they make about where they spend those resources, which we've covered in previous sessions. So thank you, Mr. D'Adam. I might go over to Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for your time and appearance. Just wondering if Mr. Orton, I note that on your website you speak of how you have partnered with a leading Australian university over a period of 15 years through a series of transformation projects to, improve student outcomes, research performance, international competitiveness, financial sustainability. Wondering if you might be able to elaborate as to the details of that work over 15 years in terms of the university and the cost of that service for 15 years.
So it's not a New South Wales university.
It's stated as an Australian university.
It's an Australian university. You want to know the range of work we've done?
I guess the university and what the cost of that was over the 15-year period.
So, given the university may or may not want to be named, can I provide that on notice in camera and provide the revenue figures over those 15 years as well?
Okay.
Would that be okay?
Yep.
Yeah, very happy to do so. We're very proud of the work we've done with that university. It's substantially more highly regarded now than 15 or 20 years ago, largely due to the quality of the leadership and the people of the university, but we've made a small contribution too.
I guess just in terms of the discussion and your appearance here and what we're meeting under here,
Yeah.
in terms of the sort of the scale of fees or the cost,
Yep.
can you give us an insight into what that might be?
Yes, my sense would be that university would spend on average over a period of time probably about $500,000 to $1 million a year with Nous Group. Sometimes more, sometimes less.
Thank you.
For the last year, I know it was slightly over $1 million.
And then, Mr. Orton, we've also been provided in a submission to this inquiry a summary of in terms of consulting engagements by New South Wales universities as disclosed in contract registers. And I note that the Nous Group is listed here in terms of the University of Wollongong at $2.9 million. Just wondering if you might have anything further
Sure.
on that.
Mr. Taylor answered that.
Sorry, my mistake. It was a total of 1.4 million over in terms of 2024. That being services to the University of Wollongong at just over $1 million, and just under $500,000 to the University of New South Wales. Just wondering if you might be able to elaborate on what that service was provided.
Sure. So obviously two different engagements for two
Yep.
different universities. So the engagement for the University of Wollongong is their membership in the Uniforum program, and it's a multi-year contract. So that's that value. We haven't done consulting work with the University of Wollongong during that period.
So that's not 1 year.
So that, but can I just clarify on that?
Thank you.
So
And we might be
the
in
1.4
commercial
million,
confidence again.
1.4 million over multiple years for the Uniforum subscription.
So I don't think that figure is correct. That's
Right.
been stated there. But
Okay, you
but
can
the
provide
engagement with Wollongong is just for the Uniforum program, and as Tim said, we can provide what those fees are.
That would be good, because we had University of Wollongong here in late December, and there was a lot of confusion as to how they were disclosing the Nous data. So it'll be really helpful to have that clarified. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Merton.
That's okay. Did you want to comment on the other one?
So the engagement with University of New South Wales, we're engaged by them periodically on a range of engagements. I believe that is part of their large piece of work that they did around their program and pricing, and thinking about what programs they would offer to which international markets and how they would price those. So we've supported them in a range of areas there that would cover a substantial amount of that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fang?
Thank you. Mr. Orton, there's been quite a lot of questions, commentary this morning related to the data that you use to benchmark other universities. Is it the case that those universities that are engaged with you for that benchmarking realise that their data is being used and that they are benchmarked against the other universities that are engaged in your service?
So every university that's a member of Uniforum knows the name of the other universities within the Uniforum. And in fact, they meet once or twice a year to share best practice and how they might learn from each other.
So it's really...
What they don't know is whose data is whom, but
Yeah.
they know who's in the group. And in fact, they develop close relationships over time, both nationally and internationally.
So it's the case then that, in effect, you are the conduit for all of the data to be collected, collated, measured, and for each university then to be anonymised and have that data benchmarked and those results returned, but not necessarily provide insights as to what other universities specifically are doing. Obviously, there is the, I guess, overall structure which you have in the data, but the idea that you're selling data from other universities is perhaps a misnomer?
It's completely incorrect. It's
Right.
much more than misnomer. But the reason it's called uniform is, and this I think will be helpful for the inquiry, yes, they see the way their administrative services are organised when compared with others. They also come together for a forum once a year where they share best practice, and they're very open about this. So one university will talk about the way that they have changed their student services to strengthen student experience. Another university will talk about the way they've changed their HR processes. One other university might talk about the way they've changed their recruitment processes to the benefit of all universities. So it's a collaborative forum where people are supporting, universities are supporting each other rather than otherwise.
Would they
So-
have discussed the Renew program that you rolled out at the ANU?
Well, the premise is wrong. We didn't roll out ANU Renew.
Okay.
As we explained to the Senate, we did specific pieces of work, but we didn't design ANU Renew, nor did we roll it out.
I've just got one more question, Chair. So in that circumstance then, you've effectively become the conduit through your program. The universities engage and provide you their data, which then provides that benchmarking ability. Have you created a captive market? Is it the case that you are now, I guess, so ingrained and involved in universities that there is no opportunity for another player to come into the market to challenge you? Because, in effect, without having the membership of all the universities or the larger universities that are all paying into your system, that they're unable to benchmark themselves. Like how can a competitor come in and challenge your market share, given that you hold all that data? Is it anti-competitive?
Over time, there have been competitors. There's a company called Tribal that provides a benchmarking product which works on a different model. The quality of the product's not nearly as good, and so the price is much lower.
Because you have the availability of the data from all the universities. Is that
No,
the
because
case?
we work very hard and have designed a product that's superior. It's a bit like you comparing, let's think of a very low price car compared with a medium or higher price car.
Well, interesting analogy. Sometimes a medium price car can be worse than a lower price car.
Sometimes.
Fortunately,
uniform's
sometimes
not
you are
allowed.
paying for the brand as opposed to the technology, or you can have the same technology as you can have a Volkswagen or a Porsche, and you can
Sure.
have the same technology in both cars, but you're paying much more for one and the other. So
Point
an
well
interesting
made.
analogy that you've brought up, but I'm just curious as to how you. Is it the case that it's anti-competitive because of the structure, or if there was a competitor, how would they?
Well, as I was going to, before my analogy led us astray, there have been two competitors, Tribal and then one of the university associations attempted to get a benchmarking product. The answer is it's extremely difficult to do this. And it's extremely difficult to compare different universities that have different levels of research intensity. And we have developed, because of our hard work, the statistical models that means that universities have trust in the quality of it. So the strength of our position relatively, and it's 9 universities at the moment out of 40, so you wouldn't say it's great market share, but the strength of our position is due to the quality of the work that we've really worked hard at for 15 years.
Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up on that. One of the criticisms or concerns we've had over the evidence so far was that there seems to be a sort of institutional isomorphism in universities, that they end up looking very much like each other. And in fact, why would we want a university sector where each university's offerings and services and models look like each other?
Yep.
So I'm uniform and your approach, doesn't that lead to further sort of movement towards sameness, because you're benchmarking, you're sharing best practice as if every university was trying to achieve the same thing?
Actually, quite the contrary has been our experience, that university leaders, executives, are very sophisticated managers. You might have a view on that. Our experience has been they're very sophisticated expert managers. And so let me give you some examples. One of the GO universities was looking at the amount of effort it puts into research support. And it said, that's interesting, our effort is lower than other universities, but we have a strategy of substantially improving our research performance and increasing our research performance. If that's the case, maybe we need to think much more carefully about how we provide research support and how much investment we put into research support, because we want that number to be higher than others. So we don't want to be the same as everyone else. We want to be different. Another university might say, we think we are well placed with respect to marketing and recruitment in terms of the numbers, so therefore perhaps we'll put less effort into that than would otherwise be the case. So in fact, universities are taking the data and saying, where does it make sense for us to be just the same as everyone else, because there's clearly best practice, and where does it make sense for us to be quite different because strategically we're pursuing a different path than many of our comparators.
Which university is pursuing a different path to trying to increase up the international rankings, attract international students, increase research productivity, decrease staff costs? Which university diverges from that sort of set of priorities? I'm just intrigued because I haven't seen one yet.
So if you look at, and this is they're not a uniform member, but I think Victoria University in Melbourne's a really interesting example where they've taken quite a different approach with respect to teaching. And they've adopted a block teaching approach where rather than doing 4 units per semester, they do 1 unit every month. And so you're really focused on that particular unit. So they've taken a very different approach.
That's a different approach to practice, not just to overall strategy, but we could argue about that. We haven't got much time, and I appreciate that answer. That's interesting.
Yep.
I do have one last question about Uniforum, and it does, I guess, a bit go back to Mr. Fang's question about competitors.
Yep.
I think, again, either in your verbal or written evidence to the federal inquiry, you note that Uniforum's methodology and formulas are the intellectual property of NOUS data insights and are not shared with member universities or third parties due to commercial sensitivity. Given that universities rely on these benchmarks to do things they do, like restructure staffing and operations, how can universities validate the rigour, neutrality or appropriateness of the models driving major organisational decisions? And as an academic, I'm very used to the concept of peer review and being open about where and how you use your data and what formulas you use, etc. So how, if that's not open, how do we know that the methodology... So the
methodologies have been tested rigorously with a range of academics from different universities. So they have, but they've not, we don't put it out to the world, but they have been tested with the universities that first developed it, those GO8 universities that were involved from the start, and they've subsequently...
When was that?
Oh, that was back in the noughties and the teens.
Okay.
And it's constantly evolved, and we have each chapter, so there's an Australian chapter, a Canadian chapter, a UK chapter, has a steering committee, and that steering committee is updated on when we change the methodology. There have some universities who've joined who said, we really want to test this methodology, and they've got their statistical experts in. Some of you have taken the view which says this methodology is incorrect, and as we've gone through it and explained it to them in detail, they've said, okay, now we understand and now we accept it. So it's not on NOUS Data Insight statements, it's on the universities being aware of what they're being subject to. Now, some universities like to interrogate it much more than others. So it's not open slather, but it is peer reviewed.
Okay, if you could provide on notice some further information about that, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Unfortunately, we're at the end of our time, and I do appreciate that you've come in today and been prepared to take our questions. I know you've taken some things on notice. I suspect there will be quite a few supplementary questions as well. The Secretariat will be in touch with how we need to do all of that and the timings of that. But we appreciate your willingness to come and speak to us.
If I could just say, I understand the interest you have in Uniforum. I would say to you, it's a world-class service that universities benefit from very substantially. But universities choose when they want to be members of it and when not. We're very happy to answer more questions on it. We're very proud of the product.
Thank you for that. And I suspect we'll be taking you up on the more questions. Thank you, Mr. Orton. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We appreciate it. really am struggling. We can do that. Sorry to put you on the spot, IT, but that would be helpful.
She's not sorry. She doesn't care. She's.
And can I just check that the witnesses, while we sort ourselves out, that you can hear us?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, good, and we can hear you loud and
Chair.
clear. We're just trying to make you a more appropriate size.
We can't see ourselves here, so I'm sorry if we can't adjust our
No. It's
camera.
definitely us.
Apologies.
We're just having a go. Give us one more minute.
No problem.
That's better. Great. Thank you, IT. And we're all good with the audio? Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Matthews and Ms. McGuinness, for agreeing to appear before us today. We appreciate your time. Before we begin, if I could get each of you to swear, state your name and position title and swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Claire McGuinness and my position is KPMG's lead partner for the New South Wales Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews?
Thank you. So Chris Matthews, National Education Lead for KPMG. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you, either of you, like to give a short statement before we begin?
Thank you, Chair. I would. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear here today. As I said, my name is Claire McGuinness and I'm joined by my colleague Chris Matthews. I lead KPMG Australia's New South Wales government practice and have more than 20 years experience working within government prior to joining KPMG. Chris is KPMG's national sector lead partner for education and has over 15 years experience delivering projects for education institutions, advising across schools, skills and higher education on transformational change. We appreciate the chance to contribute to the committee's important work examining governance, accountability and the role of consultants within the New South Wales university sector. Given this committee's focus, I will briefly address our work across the sector and then speak to our engagement with the University of Technology, Sydney, UTS. KPMG has a long history of working with universities across Australia, and we recognise the significant responsibility that comes with supporting institutions that play such a vital role in our communities, our economy, and the future prosperity of our country. Universities across Australia are facing complex and rapidly evolving challenges, from financial sustainability and global competition to technological disruption, regulatory change, and shifting student expectations. Equally, universities are complex, multifaceted institutions, and therefore addressing these challenges can require specialist expertise, surge capacity, and capability beyond what internal teams can reasonably maintain in addition to their day-to-day work. Our role as advisors to the sector is to bring the breadth of KPMG's multidisciplinary expertise to help universities navigate those issues. For example, we can support decision makers by providing independent analysis, diagnostic insights, benchmarking and practical advice. Given the complexities that universities are navigating, our advice and evidence-based insights can provide important inputs to enable good decision making against the backdrop of the broader strategic environment and institutional priorities. We also understand that our work must be grounded in the highest standards of integrity and governed by strong conflict of interest management processes. We note that this has been a particular focus of the committee, so we are keen to proactively address this today. KPMG has strict conflict of interest frameworks, supported by systems that assess independence requirements and potential ethical, commercial, reputational or operational risks. We are committed to continuously improving these processes to ensure they are appropriate and fit for purpose. In the context of this inquiry, it is important to specifically note our people cannot deliver services to a university where they hold a governance role. This policy ensures that actual and perceived conflicts of interest in any such scenario are appropriately managed. I would like to briefly address our work with UTS. KPMG was engaged by UTS management to provide benchmarking and high-level diagnostic advice as part of the Operational Sustainability Initiative. Our early work involved using many levers to assist leadership by identifying financial pressures and assessing options to improve the long-term sustainability of the institution. This work was advisory in nature, based on data provided to us by the university and subject to validation processes run internally. KPMG's role was to provide analytical insights. Decisions about staffing, academic structures, and organisational changes were ultimately and appropriately matters for UTS leadership. More broadly, our work across the sector is grounded in a commitment to strengthening governance, supporting sound financial stewardship, and contributing positively to educational and research outcomes. We welcome the opportunity to address your questions openly today, to explain the nature of our work, and to support the committee in forming a clear and evidence-based understanding of our role. As you would appreciate, some matters are commercial in confidence, and there may be limitations in how far we can go in responding to specific details. That said, our intention is to be as transparent and constructive as possible within these boundaries. Ultimately, KPMG's contribution to the sector is grounded in a commitment to the public interest, a core requirement under our professional standards and our adherence to the Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants. Universities are critical national institutions, and when they seek specialist support, our aim is to ensure they receive high quality, ethical, and responsible advice that helps them meet their mission, whether that is improving student outcomes, ensuring financial sustainability, strengthening governance, or enhancing research capability. Chair, thank you again for the invitation to appear. We look forward to assisting the committee with any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms McGuinness, for that introductory statement. We appreciate it. And I would like to jump straight in because you mentioned UTS, so it's a easier segue for me to ask about UTS. Did anyone in your organisation have conversations or any communication with UTS as Head of Government Affairs and External Engagement before KPMG was chosen to undertake the planning and organisational change initiative that you just talked about? You might have to take that on notice. I don't know if either of you were directly involved in UTS, were you?
So I was directly involved in UTS. I confirm that I did not have conversations with that person in that role.
And I can confirm that I had no conversations with the person in that role.
Okay. Do you know the Head of Government Affairs and External Engagement at UTS?
I believe that to be Danielle Woolley.
That's right.
I'm a relatively new partner to KPMG, been at KPMG for 2 years. I'm aware that she's in that role, but haven't engaged with her.
Who else?
And thank you, Chair. I know Danielle Woolley. I've been a partner with KPMG for just under 4 years.
Right.
And so I was aware of her. I knew her in the context of her previous role. But
her previous role at KPMG?
Yes, Chair.
Right, okay, thank you. I wondered if you could tell me, one of the reasons we're interested and have been interested at the KPMG, about the KPMG role at UTS, is that it's been a little bit difficult for us to understand exactly what went on there. Could you tell us the total amount that KPMG charged UTS, given that there was an original scope of works, and then I understand that that was completed, and yet the contract seemed to be extended on a fortnightly basis on the same scope of works. Now, we're only going on what we've been able to get through GIPA and other documents. But so if you could please tell me how much is the total amount on this project that you've just mentioned, including the extension, and also, is the work finished? Are you still doing work for UTS?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question, Chair. So confirm when we're currently not undertaking work for UTS, and that the supports that KPMG provided to UTS ceased in August 2025, so last year. Across the duration of our support for the Operational Sustainability Initiative, which we were, so one input, believe it to be in the public domain, is about $7 million of support. KPMG had a clear contract with deliverables. The nature of these large programs of work means that we have regular status check-ins on what we're delivering and the value to our clients. At times, the deliverables do change in those major programs of work. Our client requested additional analysis beyond the original scope and timeframe. That is why there was an extension beyond the original timeframe for the contract you referred to.
Sorry, there's two bits of that. There's two bits that I'm still not clear on. One is, when did you start working on that particular project? Because it seems like it was in late 2024, but there doesn't seem to be a contract for the work signed off until March 2025. And then you said you finished in August, but there was a contract extension around about that time as well. So did you not undertake any work or get paid for any work following that contract extension?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So KPMG commenced working with UTS through a competitive tender process. So responded to a tender to support the university around financial challenges. That was approximately September 2024. Work was delivered across October and November 2025. KPMG there was then, which is in the public domain, procured for an additional piece of work, which then ran through till I think the end of June 25, and then we were extended for an additional period of weeks, which takes us up to August 2025.
Okay, so there wasn't an extension.
There was an extension to the original. There's an extension to the piece of work that ended in June.
Right, so June to August, we're talking.
Yeah, July to August was the
July to
extension.
August was the $180,000 per week extension.
Up to $180,000 per week. And again, we had fortnightly check-ins with the clients around the deliverables and what our scope of work was and the activities and costs. And they had obviously control around where our analysis was focused.
So if you could, thank you for that, that's helpful. If you could provide to me on notice the exact final figure for the original contract and the extension, because as I understand it, it was up to 180, that would be appreciated. I understand you might not have that right in front of you now.
We provide release information, obviously subject to any commercial and confidence review and permission from the client as well.
Okay. Right, I'd appreciate if you could be as forthcoming. If you think there are confidentiality issues, as you may have heard with our previous client, that can be handled through the committee. How many staff did KPMG have working or embedded in UTS during that project?
I need to take that on. Thank you for the question. I'd need to take that on note and the number of staff that KPMG had on the project.
And how many of those would have had direct university experience, apart from having been to university? I mean, when I say experience, so let me be very clear. How many of those people had worked, and this is a question for yourselves, how many of you have worked in universities?
Thank you for the good question, Chair. Can't confirm the exact number, but members of KPMG's team that worked at UTS and more broadly that work across the sector have worked in higher education institutions in their career.
Okay, if you could provide a bit more detail on that on notice, that would be helpful. Is it true that...
Yeah, I can probably just add a couple of broad comments about that. KPMG works very hard to maintain sector expertise across all the areas of our clients, all sectors. So we recruit specifically to make sure that we've got a really great mixture of capability and sector expertise to offer to our clients. So that is a real focus for the firm, and I think it's critical to be able to stay in lockstep with client needs and to bring the right insights, but in the context of the client sector.
Appreciate that. Thank you for that. Speaking of relevant expertise, did KPMG consult with internal experts? So UTS has an excellent business school, and I disclosed that I used to work there for a decade, but it does have an excellent business school. Did you, in order to get appropriate experience and expertise, consult with staff about the overall project that you were embarking on?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So KPMG's scope was to provide analysis, so one input into the decision making that the university makes to deliver on its broader public mission. The analysis that we undertook was discussed and validated by members of UTS staff, both senior executives on academic and professional side. So yes, there was consultation with the analysis, and ultimately that was then taken by the UTS.
Thank you for that. Did KPMG provide a spreadsheet of staff indicating who should lose their jobs based on KPMG's assessment of data that it had looked at?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So KPMG, as I said, undertook analysis of many levers that the university can pull when looking at financial sustainability and making decisions around where they invest, whether that be on teaching, research and student experience. One element of our analysis included looking at academic performance, which is a common measure across the sector. As part of looking at academic performance, we looked at research income. Research income is one of the major revenue streams of an institution. I think on the student revenue side, domestic and international student revenue, but equally research income. So we did look at staff level research income data because of the importance it has to the overall research income of an institution. The purpose of that was to show that alignment to the research income of the institution. To the best of our knowledge, that was not used for any purpose other than to help inform performance.
But it did rank people based on the metrics that you chose, which, and I understand very much research income as an unreformed academic. Yep. So, but it did rank people based on the metrics and the data that KPMG chose and saw.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So the data that was used for that is UTS data that is available to individual academics at UTS as well as management of the university, so it is their data. We did take that data, it's in a spreadsheet, and yes, it did have research income, and that would be research income and publications of individual staff members. So yes, it did include that data.
How do you respond? How do you respond to the fact that that spreadsheet, since it was actually validated that it existed, which took some time, the data has come out to be not accurate in that some of the academics that were listed in certain spots, didn't accurately reflect their research. And that came out from emails out of freedom of GIPA requests from UTS leadership itself, and then academics separate to that have come out and said that information just is not correct. So how were you were giving advice on rankings when you weren't using data that actually is verified. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. So we were not providing advice around that. So we took UTS data. It was collated into this spreadsheet, which had research income, research publications as one measure of many that an institution would look at around performance. Equally, this could be used by an institution for investment and where areas that need further support. That was provided to the institution.
You take no responsibility, Mr. Matthews, for the consequences of that.
Point of order has been taken, Mr. Diadam.
The witness was trying to provide an answer to the question the chair asked. I'm sure Mr. Diadam will have an opportunity to ask a question, not make a statement very shortly, but the witness certainly needs to have the opportunity to finish his answer before any statements made.
Thank you, Mr. Fang. I will allow Mr. Matthews to finish his answer before we go to you, Mr. Diadam. Sorry, Mr. Matthews, you may continue.
Thank you very much. So we undertook a broad analysis which I confirmed did include the spreadsheet that has research income and publications in that is provided to the institution. Many institutions would have that same data which says available to an individual academic. that can be used for many purposes. To the best of my knowledge, the university did not use that for any redundancy purposes, and I believe they've gone on record to state that as well.
Mr. Diadam.
Well, my question is, do you take no responsibility for the consequences of the advice that you're providing? I mean, you're providing a service, an advisory service. It's quite clear that you've provided a list that was designed to inform decision making by the university. I mean, it's quite evident where the direction that list was pointing to. Surely you must take some responsibility rather than hedging, Mr. Matthews. Surely you take some responsibility. You understand the advice that you're giving. You understand how that advice might be used. Do you take no responsibility for the consequences?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Diadams. I might make a couple of comments and then I can pass to my colleague. KPMG takes our responsibility and the privilege that we have in supporting government and public sector institutions very seriously, and certainly the delivery of high quality outcomes for our clients. This is a true commitment to our clients, and certainly in the higher education sector, one that we stand steadfastly by. So often, and Chris might want to make comments more specifically about this client, but we work with the data that we're able to obtain from our clients, and we work with them to analyse that data in projects like this, to provide insights that may inform decision making here in relation to financial sustainability. So we do our best with the data that's provided using the high quality capabilities we have across our staff base, and informed by the sector expertise that we also have, particularly in the higher education sector.
But you didn't consult staff to check accuracy of the information you were using. So you didn't check that.
Thank you for the question. So, as part of the analysis steps, we sourced the data from the client, agreed what the scope of work is, and then sourced the data from the client. So it's the client data. We undertook analysis, and that undertakes a validation step before anything would happen with that. As part of that validation step by UTS staff member and senior management, they determined that data that had been provided to us was not reflective or not accurate. Therefore, they asked us to discontinue that analysis. So it's clear that was discontinued upon a review process.
But it's not neutral data, is it? I mean, there's an assumption that underpins the assembling of a spreadsheet like that around research value being a key criteria to determine whether staff should be retained. Surely you knew that in presenting the data that way, that the inference that would be drawn by the decision maker would be that those who are generating less research income should be cut.
Sure.
I mean, it's not. There's an assumption there. There's an assumption there that underpins the presentation of the data. It's not just a neutral exercise, is it?
Thank you for the question. So it is one data input of many. So, for example, the research income and publications could be used to identify areas where the university needs to provide more support to that staff member. Equally, where there's greater investment is required. There are many factors that feed into decisions an institution may make. At an early stage career, equally, we looked at various other measures. It was just one data point, and as I mentioned earlier, the university determined that was discontinued as well.
There's the possible interpretations, but then there's the plausible or the probable interpretation. And given that you're a sophisticated consulting operation, you can pretty well assume how the information supplying is going to be interpreted by the decision maker, surely.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Diadams. KPMG obviously works the scope of work through which we've been appropriately procured, and so our focus is delivering that service to the client in line with that contract, and that is really important for us. As my colleague Chris noted, there was a broad range of inputs analysed, and this was but one of those inputs.
So could I just check though, your scope of works in assembling that spreadsheet was not, could you assemble a spreadsheet that will help us determine which staff need more support?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So our scope of work, agreed under a procurement process, a competitive tender process. KPMG presented a framework that looked at many different opportunities for the university with regards to financial sustainability. That could be aligning new course and subjects to jobs and skills growth. It could be look at research focus areas to research priorities for Australia. It also included looking at workforce and non-workforce costs.
Okay.
So we did look at multi-factor, including procurement, property, as well as that course and subject. So it is a multifaceted analysis that is a data set for universities to make informed decisions around where they invest in the public mission of an institution when they are when they need to make hard decisions.
Thank you for that. I think I have questions from Mr. Fang and then Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to this scope of work that UTS has provided you to do, there's been a lot made of this list, and I'm not sure I'm fully au fait with the history of it. However, is it the case that part of the engagement from UTS was the formation of this list?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Fang. So ultimately, the decision around our scope of work sits with UTS. Yes, it was a competitive tender process. We presented, here are many areas of analysis that we could undertake. They chose to procure KPMG and that analysis framework that we presented, and then we undertook that analysis. So multifaceted analysis, which was prepared for the client.
And I think you said in answer to a question from my colleague that that work was discontinued prior to being completed. Is that the case?
Yes, so we were requested to provide the spreadsheet to a senior member of the executive who wanted to undertake some validation. The validation process by that executive was complete, and they determined that KPMG is to no longer continue that piece of analysis, and any further work on that would be conducted by a UTS employee.
Okay, so it was incomplete. So the data that has been identified by my colleagues as, I'll say, inaccurate, was that perhaps because it was an incomplete piece of work, or was it that you were provided erroneous or inaccurate data? Because I think you said that the data source was the clients themselves. Is that right?
Yep. We believe it's the underlying data that needs to be refreshed through that validation exercise.
Okay. My final question then is, was there decisions made, and was the data set and the spreadsheet that you produced used in relation to the decision to terminate any of the staff? Or was it the case that you handed it over to UTS and from that point you're unsure as to what happened with it? Because I'm a bit confused as to whether you've created this spreadsheet and you've indicated that these are the people that need to be sacked, or you've created a spreadsheet, it's incomplete. You've then handed it to the client because you've been disengaged from that part of the work. I'm not sure which is the most accurate of those two circumstances.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Fang. So KPMG created that spreadsheet which had some data inputs in, but again, a multifaceted analysis was undertaken. There are many other pieces of analysis that were undertaken. We were clearly directed by the client to cease working on this spreadsheet. To the best of my knowledge, it was not used by UTS for any redundancy purposes. They have gone on the record to state that. So any further questions with regards to the use of the spreadsheet once it was provided to our client under our contract would be a question for UTS.
Right, well, that seems to answer that.
Well, that answers your question, Mr. Fang. I'll go over to Ms. Boyd. Ms. Boyd.
She's frozen.
She's
She's
very
frozen.
frozen, I think.
Ms. Boyd,
or
can you hear us?
slow connection.
I'm just trying to work out my internet. Perhaps you could come back to me.
Okay, yes, certainly. I wondered if I could ask a question about the OSI more generally. What advice did you give regarding any strategy or management of responses to the OSI? Were you asked to consider, how the feedback might be responded to, or anything once the sort of drafts went out, or was your work terminated by then?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So KPMG scope, as I mentioned before, is around analysis for the university making informed decisions. KPMG was not engaged for any organisational change, any consultation, communication component of the OSI programme. There are many UTS staff and as well as us as a consultancy involved in OSI, but there were parts which were not, which did not have KPMG involvement.
So I just want to go back then to this contract extension, because I'm really not clear. So you've said that part of the work was terminated. You've said that you weren't engaged with the ongoing feedback and strategy development, that became a university decision-making, and what you'd done had fed into that. So what were you doing for those weeks when your contract was extended? Because from what we can see publicly, it's the same work that had actually been completed on the previous contract. So could you explain in a bit of detail what was the work you were doing in that contract extension?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So on the nature of these large programmes of work, we clearly stated in our statement of work we agreed with the institution the areas of analysis that we'd undertake. As you undertake that analysis, sometimes there are areas where the university wants a deeper dive or greater analysis. So there were some elements where we did not pursue analysis because the first round of analysis determined that they didn't want to pursue that and to take direction from the client. The extension relates to certain areas. I believe one was of greater analysis around disciplines that the university wanted us to undertake. So it's an additional time of us as a consultant to undertake that analysis at the direction of the university beyond the original scope.
Okay, so could you provide that information, because unfortunately all we can see is that it is the original scope that's been the extension, so it's still quite difficult to understand. So I appreciate the example you've given, but if you could take on notice and provide sort of more detail on which of those areas that you were asked to dive deeper into during that contract extension, that would be appreciated. I know that I've got Ms. Boyd back now, so I'm going to hand over to her.
Happy to provide information, obviously subject to commercial and confidence review in conversation with the client. There is a significant amount of information already released on the UTS deliverables in the GIPA on the public record.
Well, quite a lot of that was redacted, which is why we're having trouble. So actually, I'd like you to provide some information, and I'm not asking for everything, but you can give us the headlines of the types of issues that you were exploring. That would be appreciated. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, and apologies for my internet being a little bit dodgy. Can I ask firstly, how many KPMG partners and employees do you have sitting on university boards in Australia at the moment?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Boyd. As you'll be aware, KPMG has a number on boards. We have very strict conflict of interest processes in place to manage those additional roles that some of our partners may perform. I don't have the specific number on hand, though, but I understand those board positions are publicly reported.
Are you taking
if you
that on
could,
notice?
Provide that on notice, that would be great. Also, the retired partners who are still benefiting financially from a stake in the partnership, that would also be very useful if you could come back on notice with those figures.
We can take that on notice.
Thank you. I understand that part of KPMG's consulting work for other organisations sometimes includes advice on governance. If you were advising us or the government on the composition of university boards and the governance of universities, what would be sort of top of your sort of wish list of reforms?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. So again, specifically with regard to New South Wales universities, so firstly, on the public record, New South Wales universities take governance very seriously. And when you think about governance as well, it's important to think about governance in the sector and for New South Wales institutions at two levels as well. So the choices you'd make in university equally to be impacted by the sector level governance, which is shifting at the moment. There's a new potential statutory body in ATEC. You've got TEXA, which is compliance and standards. And TEXA is quite clear that the role of university governance has three parts under the framework. We look at academic governance as obviously the governing body, and then senior management. So there is, why I raise those is the governance of institutions in New South Wales and need to reflect and align with what's broadly happening across the sector. One of the things that I believe would help would be greater role clarity of those different parts. So what is the role that they all play in governance of institutions? And equally, as we've mentioned earlier, transparency around decision making is always one that's can continue to be improved. Claire, if you've got any further comments?
Thank you, Chris. I don't sit in our governance. Excuse me. I don't sit in our governance area, but what I would note is when we think about governance internally. So, for example, from a KPMG perspective, we think about the balance of requirements that our board needs to have. We've reported in our impact report, which is one of our voluntary disclosures that we make annually, that we have an increased number of independent board members. We also have a capability program for our board members, which focuses in on key new areas of expertise or capability that may be required. So diversity, I think, is important as well.
So on that, do you acknowledge that there is an overbalancing of commercial and consulting interests on university councils, and do you support the calls to increase the number of academic and those with the staffing, with the student experience on those councils?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Boyd. So I think ultimately there needs to be a balance. Corporate experience, business experience on a university council or senate does bring commercial acumen, financial and risk skills. Equally, it may increasingly bring some tech, digital and AI. It may help with industry partnerships and industry research collaboration, but appreciate there needs to be a balance across academia and professional, and transparency around the appointments and composition makes sense.
Yeah, I guess how many commercial and consultants do we need on a university council when the university's prime purpose is for providing an academic experience in a sort of safe and happy institution for students and staff? Do you support calls for a sort of a rebalancing of university councils to include more staff and student representatives?
I might just make one quick comment, then pass to my colleague Chris. Ms. Boyd, thank you for the question. I would note that the experience that board members bring to boards, and each board for every institution or not-for-profit body, for example, requires different skills and capabilities at different times. And each board member brings the cumulative experience of the breadth of their career, whether it be across private, public, or a mix of both areas. So a board, I wouldn't necessarily strictly think that membership is aligned purely on a public or private basis, but rather the cumulative expertise of board members.
Yeah, with respect, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking in the same way that when we have a local health district, we talk about making sure that there's a community representative and that there are sufficient medical people on that board. No one's saying that we don't need a person or even more than one person, maybe two people with business experience on a university council. But when you have such a preponderance of them, do you agree that that is a pretty misbalanced university council makeup for an institution that's supposed to be about education?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Moore. I can't comment specifically on the numbers on specific boards and in the sector. What I would say is as we said, a balance of public and private, but at the same time, the continued evolution of the skill set. Tech, AI, etc., are in short supply on boards across corporate Australia and potentially in the sector. So it's getting the balance of skill set as well as sector expertise. So I agree there's a balance. Whether there's an imbalance, I probably couldn't comment at this point in time.
Thank you. I'm going to have to go over to... Thank you, Ms Boyd. I'm going to go to Ms Merton for our final question.
Thank you to you both. You both speak of the importance of integrity in the work that you do in this sector. We understand you keep a database to avoid conflicts of interest arising. Whose obligation is it to keep that database and those records up to date?
Thank you for the question, Ms Merton. You're absolutely right. KPMG has a very rigorous framework to manage conflicts of interest. We have policies and procedures, and we're supported by a technology system which brings those through and connects into our potential opportunities that we may have with those institutions. It is the responsibility of individuals, either our partners or employees. When they join the firm, they meet as a matter of course with our ethics and independence team to discuss specifically any roles that they might hold outside of KPMG, for example, not-for-profit board or governance roles. Those discussions are had, and we do that in the context of KPMG's business and our client requirements, and then decisions are made around those positions continuing. Those are entered into our system. But equally, if an employee or a partner has the opportunity to take on one of those roles while they're employed, they go through that same process with our ethics and independence team, and that data is inputted into that system.
Thank you. And given the onus is placed on staff to actively avoid conflicts and to report in the systems that you mentioned, what penalties apply to staff members who cannot meet this onus?
Thank you for the question, Ms Merton. I think it's important to note also that we undertake mandatory ethics and independence training, which is really reinforcing those policies and procedures and ethical requirements in terms of potential roles outside of the firm. Is something in my personal experience, the firm takes very seriously indeed. I'm not in the position in my role to understand the types of penalties that are in place, but I can assure the committee about how seriously the firm takes these matters, and the messaging and the emphasis that's placed on that for us as partners and for employees of the firm as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That brings to an end our time here. I want to thank you, Mr Matthews and Ms McGuinness, for agreeing to appear. We do appreciate that willingness. We noticed, well, you took some things on notice, and we appreciate getting those back in due course. There will probably be supplementary questions as well, and the Secretariat will liaise with you about timing. That brings to an end our session for this morning. If I could ask the committee to stay around for a very, very short deliberative, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Committee.
Chair.
Ms Mannering to the inquiry this afternoon. Thank you for making the time. Could you each please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
My name is Alan Mills, and I'm the lead partner for Deloitte, responsible for the New South Wales Government and Public Service team.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Mannering.
And I'm Lucy Mannering. I'm Deloitte's New South Wales Government Cyber Lead Partner and Deloitte's National Lead for Privacy. And I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you both very much. And do you have an opening statement?
We do. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. My name is Alan Mills, and I'm the lead partner for New South Wales Government and Public Sector at Deloitte. Joining me is Lucy Mannering, our New South Wales Government Cyber Lead Partner and Deloitte's National Lead for Privacy. Deloitte recognises that universities are critical public institutions. They educate future generations, advance research, and contribute significantly to the state's social and economic development. Deloitte is proud to work with clients in the higher education sector. In our profession, for example, we employ more than 250 graduates each year from New South Wales universities from a broad range of disciplines. In New South Wales, Deloitte has approximately 4,000 professionals providing services across audit, tax and legal, consulting, finance and economics, technology, engineering and cyber security. We support a diverse range of clients from not-for-profit organisations and public institutions to privately held and publicly listed corporations. The vast majority of our work in the higher education sector is focused in technology and cybersecurity services. These are areas that require deep specialist skills and are increasingly central to universities operating safely, efficiently and sustainably. We believe that we deliver value in three deliberate ways. First, we bring highly relevant experience and specialised capability for a defined period of time. Universities engage us when they need expertise that would not be efficient or practical to maintain permanently in-house. Second, we are engaged to deliver specific measurable outcomes, whether that is implementing a new enterprise system, strengthening cyber resilience, improving financial sustainability, or modernising student services. Third, we focus on capability transfer. Our objective is to leave institutions stronger and more self-sufficient with enhanced internal skills and systems. These are intentional choices. If we cannot demonstrate clear value, manage conflicts appropriately, and meet the highest professional and independent standards, we do not pursue the work. It is a privilege to support the sector that also provides so much for us. Feedback from our clients consistently confirms the quality and practical impact of our services. We welcome the opportunity to contribute constructively to this inquiry. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you. That also explains the cybersecurity aspect, which I must confess, when I saw that Ms Mannering was here, was wondering about. So I appreciate that explanation.
Didn't you know? I could tell straight away.
Thank you, Mr Fang.
It's all right.
I wanted to ask you a question about UNSW.
Mm-hmm.
The Fair Work Ombudsman recently secured over $200,000 penalty in court against UNSW for systemic record-keeping failures that hindered FWO's investigation into its underpayments. I note that FWO began their investigation in 2020. In June 2020, UNSW announced they would be undertaking comprehensive review of all payments to casual academic staff and that Deloitte would be providing expert advice to their review. What was your role in the review and what advice did you provide, given that the penalty was just announced this year, and so these were for actions post the engagement of Deloitte?
Thank you. So we are really proud of the work that we do across the sector, and in particular in relation to the wage remediation aspects. And we provide, there's two major types of services that we provide in this area. One which you touched on, which is the specialist advice. We're doing the deep forensic analysis, reviewing all of the different payments and structures over many years, sometimes with information that's hard to obtain working across the deans and schools to collect that information. And then secondly, supporting the university in the implementation of systems, tools and processes so that the university does not find itself in the same situation again. Mm-hmm. We were fortunate to be supporting the university through both parts of the programme, performing that type of work.
If I could just go, maybe investigate a bit more. So one of the things you do is help implement sort of IT systems as a way to remedy situations and assist in the future. In this case, the judge was critical of UNSW's focus on complex multi-year IT overhauls that ignored the most obvious solution of, timesheets, which would have then collected the information that they needed between, the dates in question. Were you involved in those IT overhauls to try and fix up to remedy the underpayments in the case of UNSW?
Absolutely. So UNSW would need to tackle all of aspects of the program, and we were fortunate to be supporting them in the implementation of the systems and tools to overcome and meet some of those requirements. I think it's worth touching on the way in which we're engaged, and that would be through the university seeking a contract or an engagement or scope of work, and then us responding to that and agreeing with them in terms of the types of skills and services that could be delivered to meet the outcomes that they've specified in their requirements.
I guess my question is, and I don't know if you've heard any of the evidence today, but the discussion is consultants are engaged because of some perceived expertise and expert advice.
Mm-hmm.
A judge identified that the best advice that could have been given to UNSW was actually a really easy fix. Get your casual staff to fill in timesheets. Why wasn't that something that, as experts, Deloitte recommended to UNSW? And I guess, I don't know if UNSW is, a bit cranky about the $200,000 they've had to pay as a penalty for not doing that. Did you recommend that? And if not, why not?
Well, the system that's been implemented provides that functionality.
Okay, but it wasn't taken up. So you don't have it, you just say, here's the system, or you're there to help remedy underpayment. Do you not say this is a priority part because this is the bit that's going to get you into... As the experts, we're telling you that you need to make sure that this function is engaged.
Chair, I'm just curious in... A point of order, I should say.
Certainly, Mr. Feng.
I'm just curious as to which part of the terms of reference this line of questioning covers off, because it would seem in my submission that it's almost in effect seeking to clarify the delineation between the client and the consumer, which I'm not sure is out the remit of this committee.
Point of order is not upheld. The terms of reference is the governance, use of consultants and governance.
But in relation to, just to the point of order, it's in terms of the relationship between Deloitte and the UNSW, which is in effect, I guess, a matter for those two organisations.
Yeah. No, the point is, Mr. Feng, and maybe I need to make it more clearly, and I'll do that to assist the witness. The point is that you're engaged as experts. Clearly something's gone wrong, because expert advice would have ensured that engagement over a series of years to remedy wage theft would assume that during that time no further wage theft occurred. That would be a fair assumption if experts were engaged to remedy a situation, that situation would be remedied and indeed wouldn't continue.
I can understand the committee's concern, and I get the gist of the direction. So just responding to that would be, we're engaged for specific pieces of work, which can be not the entire programme, but parts of the programme. And the decisions that are then adopted by the university in terms of how those recommendations are accepted or implemented is the responsibility of the university themselves. Now, in many cases, we are providing recommendations which are fully adopted, and sometimes there's other contextual things that happen with the university which we're not privy to, and different decisions are made. I can't talk to the specifics on this engagement in terms of the recommendations, because I was not involved directly in the delivery of the project, but that just gives a flavour of how programs of that size and magnitude operate, that we wouldn't expect every single recommendation to be fully adopted because there's always competing priorities with the university executive to do other things.
I understand that, and it might well be that you did, your people did recommend that. It just appears odd that in a contract to remedy wage theft continues. So I'm not, you may well be right about the circumstances. If I could then ask about UTS, in an AFR article from January this year, Deloitte was identified as a systems integrator of the Workday project at UTS. Can you explain what your role is there?
Sure. So for the committee's knowledge, Workday is a proven platform that's been implemented across higher education sector all across the world. It is responsible for doing things like providing teachers and academics, casuals with payment in terms of the HR systems. It also provides finance, asset management, and some student management system work as well. Through a competitive process, we responded and we put forward a proposal which is going to help UTS deliver that capability into the university and replace many of the legacy systems that they're using at the moment in the finance and HR spaces, allowing those leaders to then focus on supporting teachers, academics and staff.
Thank you. Can I ask how much the contract is worth for Workday at UTS?
For specifics on the engagement itself, I think the university is the best organisation to speak with. I would acknowledge though that UTS is good at providing detail on the contracts that they award, and the leadership team's been forthcoming in providing that to this committee.
So you're not prepared to tell us?
As all of these operate underneath a commercial engagement, then I think it's more appropriate for the university to provide that information to you.
No, I appreciate that. One of the discussions we've been having today is what disclosure should look like, and I just wondered if consulting firms objected to letting us know how much they're paid in Global no sort of secrets about what you're doing in detail, but I just wanted to know if that was a general approach of Deloitte that you would not disclose information of that
One
nature.
thing we would always do is make sure that we're meeting our obligations.
Okay. That same article claims that that EY, another consulting firm, found that there was a breakdown in the relationship between the Workday Program Director and Deloitte, with the project lacking the mechanisms to monitor and manage the performance of Deloitte. And I wondered if you could explain why this might be their conclusion, and also noting the context where this Workday program has been cited as pivotal to the OSI, which is the Operational Sustainability Initiative, that's been so controversial at UTS. So if it's in danger of failing, then that is something that a lot of people have paid a lot in terms of jobs and other things for. So if you could explain your take on what was meant by that EY assessment.
No problems. Programs of this nature are always complex and have many moving parts, which is why the university has established a thorough governance structure which manages the program, which allows issues like this to be unearthed and then dealt with. The EY work was performed as part of that governance structure, which I think is a reflection of a healthy review of a complex program such as the one that UTS is undertaking. And as UTS has picked us, we have a proven track record of delivering these programs, not just in the higher education sector, but across industry. We're absolutely going to stay laser focused on delivering to the milestones and the outcomes. And that's what UTS would expect from us as a proven implementer of systems of this nature.
Thank you for that. That doesn't really answer my question. What are the issues that EY was referring to in terms of lacking the mechanisms to monitor and manage the performance at Deloitte because of the breakdown in relationships? That was the assessment.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure of the
so
question.
So the EY found that there was a breakdown in the relationship between the Workday Program Director and Deloitte. So I understand what you're saying about these are complex and there's good assessment mechanisms, although consultants engage to assess consultants, okay?
The irony.
The irony. But I wondered, have you got any reflections, or is there anything that you could add about what is the nature of that breakdown? Is the program in danger because it's incredibly important.
Yes.
People have paid a lot.
We acknowledge the importance of the program to the university. I would just like to add that with programs of this nature, there are multiple layers of governance and interaction between organisations such as Deloitte and the client. And so throughout the program, there's been engagement and clarity of what's happening on the program at both the workstream level, the project management level, which was the main focus of the EY report, as well as at the executive level.
So you won't confirm or deny whether there's a breakdown in the relationship between the Workday director and Deloitte?
I think from time to time, there's always periods on programs where things can be improved to improve the way that teams of people work together. And one thing that we do is we are always implementing alongside university people and university teams. And we, like forming any team, sometimes you need to reflect on that and then think, how can we change and make this more productive going forward?
Okay, thank you for that. I've got one more and then I'll pass over to my colleagues. In 2025, Deloitte was embroiled in a scandal about the use of AI in writing a government report that was found to contain errors, particularly, I think, hallucination of references. Have you gone back to check that other reports haven't relied on similarly hallucinated references, particularly in the university sector?
Yes, so I thought this would come up, so if you mind, I'll just refer to my notes.
Sure.
Because it is important, and it did fall outside of my scope. So I'm the New South Wales government public sector leader, not the federal government leader.
Appreciate that.
And it is on public record that the report that we wrote for the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations did contain errors generated by AI in the citations in specific reference to a legal case. We have taken responsibility for that, and we do acknowledge that there was not the appropriate level of quality oversight, and that was not followed. As leaders and partners, and me personally delivering work, we are always accountable for the work that we do and hold ourselves to that. And an updated report was issued to the client, and it's worth noting that the recommendations and findings in that report did not change and were fully accepted by the client.
Okay. So that being the case, you continue to use AI in the generation of reports?
So like organisations across Australia and the globe, Deloitte does use AI in its day-to-day work, and it's something that we are all beginning to use. In terms of how we make sure that we do that in a safe and secure way for higher education, but all of our clients across the country, is we have put in place extensive training with all of our people, process and guidelines, and in terms of tests that people need to complete before they even have access to the tools. Then when it comes to an engagement where we need to, or we think there's an opportunity for AI to complement our work, then that will be fully disclosed in the procurement process, in our tender documentation, and then before the project starts, then there's a confirmation with the client. And in some cases, we use the client's AI infrastructure rather than Deloitte's infrastructure to then deliver that work. The most important thing in this period of time, as we're becoming more accustomed to the use of AI, is making sure that we're doing that transparently and that we're working with clients to make sure they know where it's being used.
Okay. Could I ask one? Sorry, I did say it was the last one, but this is kind of related. I guess you have a team.
15 parts.
I can't promise it won't have more than one part. No, you have a team that works in higher education, I presume.
Yes, we do.
And how many people in that team? And then what would be the breakdown of those who have actually worked as an academic or as a professional commercial staffer in?
So let me clarify. So the way that we organise ourselves within Deloitte, we don't have industry-specific teams per se, where we could say that is the direct higher education team. The way that we organise ourselves is we have, if I just pick our two major businesses that do the majority of work with the higher education sector, we have the strategy and regulation team, and we have the tech and transformation team. Within those groups, so say engineering or cyber, then there'll be a partner or two who would focus on the higher education sector. And then given the nature of the work or the opportunity that arises, we will then make sure that we're bringing the best capabilities, a mix of university experience and skills with the right competencies from a technical perspective, which then works alongside the university team. So we'd be picking and choosing from the different teams to make sure that we're bringing the best team to each of the engagements.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to pass over to my colleague, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to our witnesses. Thank you for coming. Same question that I asked to KPMG. Do you have an idea of how many Deloitte partners or employees or ex-partners you have sitting on university councils?
Yes, so within New South Wales public universities, we don't have any, and we don't have anyone at all in the university councils nationally either. Just to touch on that, the Deloitte has a very strict approach to way directorships work. So as a Deloitte partner, you do have the ability to be a director on cultural institutions such as arts, creative, but that also includes universities. And that requires sign-off and approval from our Australian regulation reg leader, which is difficult to come by. And today, we don't have anyone on any boards across the country.
Okay, thank you. And how many Deloitte partners or employees do you have currently working in roles in universities? So as contractors?
On a day-to-day basis, so how many people are doing projects and things like that? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yes.
Or do you mean people taking operational roles to actually help in the running of the university?
Both would be good.
Yeah, both would be good.
No,
What
you can
I,
only
just
pick
to give
one.
you,
Well,
just to give you
I don't mind.
some
One of them's a
context.
really easy answer, which is we don't second or body, and the language that's been used in similar committees, body shop people into roles. There's only been 2 secondments in New South Wales public universities this year. One of them, or actually both of them, relate to capability that the university is in a recruitment process for then the person to then step out, but that's just 2 individuals. From a project-based work, we have somewhere between 100 to 150 people working on different projects across New South Wales public universities.
Okay, because I guess the reason I asked the question is that there is an allegation, or at least anecdotal evidence, that I have heard that after there has been staff cuts, particularly in IT areas within universities, that then there is a far greater number of Deloitte consultants doing projects in those same departments that otherwise would have previously been done by the employees. Do you have any sort of data on the number of, I guess, the positions that are now being filled that used to be filled by the capability of permanent staff or casual staff of the university itself?
That doesn't ring any bells for me, but I'm happy if you're able to provide the specifics on that, and I'll come back to you as a supplementary question and provide the detail.
Okay,
but it doesn't ring any bells.
The 100 to 150 that you have at the moment,
Yes.
Would they be in those IT roles, or would they be in other parts of operations within the
So they would
university?
be project-based people delivering specific outcomes in the different universities. They wouldn't be in operational roles.
And a final question you might need to take on notice, but have you employed any of the people who have been laid off in the universities from those sorts of departments?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm happy to double check and come back to you.
Thank you.
Ms. Merton?
No, you go first. It's ladies first.
Ms. Merton.
We're gentlemen on this side of aisle.
Ms.
Thank you
Merton.
very much, and thank you to both of you for being here. You may have heard earlier today we were talking about issues around conflicts of interest and consultants and work like that. I put this question to KPMG, which was, they speak of the importance of integrity in their service delivery, and that we understand a database, is managed to avoid conflicts of interest arising. I was wondering if you had anything to elaborate as to how it's managed with yourselves.
Yes. So I'm extremely focused on this in my role. Like, this is the core role that I play in Deloitte, making sure that any engagement that happens across New South Wales government or the universities or not-for-profits it is centrally coordinated in terms of the engagement or the proposal to make sure that at an organisational level, do we have the skills and the capabilities and the scale to support the university or client at this time? And then are there any conflicts in place? And so we manage that through a system which is a comprehensive enterprise system. And then the second check that we have is after we've committed to respond to the tender process, before the engagement actually starts, there is an additional check which is then completed for all of the named resources which are part of the proposal. Because as you would understand, you don't always know the people who are going to be involved at the start of the proposal process. But when the submission is made, a second confidentiality and independence check is done at that point, and the partner who's responsible for that engagement needs to sign off that they are comfortable that all of those individuals are meeting their requirements.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah.
When that requirement is not met, what are the penalties that are put in place, or how is that managed?
So there's probably two parts to that. So when those requirements aren't met, then we won't proceed. And that is a good sign of the conflicts process working well, that something's been identified. In some cases, we are able to swap teams around to make sure that, say, if it's a personal conflict in terms relating to a family member or something like that, then we can work through that with a disclosure. But then quite often we stop. In the case where a conflict hasn't been disclosed and that comes to light, then that would be managed through our quality and risk review. And then as an individual and a partner, that forms part of my annual report.
Mm-hmm. So just in terms of penalties and breaches,
yes.
just detail, how is that managed?
So that's managed by an independent group within Deloitte that is stepped back from the client delivery role and is managed through that team.
Thank you. And if I could just touch on the earlier reference here to AI.
Yes.
I mean, we've had reports in the last week about another one of the big four being a partner being fined to the tune of $10,000, where AI was used for cheating what was reported to be internal training relating to integrity. I'm just wondering if what measures are in place with Deloitte to manage some of this.
We take every step we can possibly take, and we're always reviewing thoroughly to make sure our processes are as robust as possible. But from time to time, I'm sure things will happen, and we need to make sure that the processes identify that, and then we take swift action to deal with it and acknowledge it. I'd also just like to add that we do put those acknowledgements in our annual report, which we provide each year.
Mm-hmm. So have there been any similar breaches in terms of...
Not to my awareness.
In terms of integrity training, conflicts of interest, independence disclosure relating to AI?
No, there's not.
Yeah.
Apart from the DWO report, which will be flagged in our annual report.
Thank you.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. There's been, I'll say, a lot of demonisation of AI, especially today in this hearing, but I guess in the same way that an aircraft uses an autopilot, and early autopilots may have had malfunctions and issues, but we now rely on them primarily for navigation because they are so much safer than human interaction. Is it the case that the AI that you use in your organisation, and indeed a lot of other organisations use, continues to improve, continues to get better, and adds to the productivity of your organisation?
That's exactly the mindset that we have at Deloitte. We acknowledge that none of this is perfect or finalised and done, so no one's got it perfect. But what I can say is within Deloitte, we have our own platform which is called My Assist, and that is a security control to the highest global standards to make sure that we are doing work which is confidentially contained. There's no leakage between engagements, and we're being as disciplined as we can possibly be using the latest insights and technology.
So in instances that have been highlighted today in questions to you, they're more aberrations than necessarily a reflection of the quality of AI. Would that be a fair assumption?
I might jump in there. We really acknowledge that it's crucially important in all of this work to centre a human in the loop when we're reviewing work that might have been assisted by My Assist. And that's really where the role of a partner who's an expert in the field is very important. Having that expert partner level responsibility is crucial to maintaining those standards.
Right. And in terms of, I guess, the engagement by university sectors seeking to get input from consulting firms, there's been a lot of commentary about the cost that is involved to those university sector organisations, but how often does that experience exist in the university sector? How often does the cost of not having to employ specialist people in these roles and keeping a workforce that is only used temporarily for certain projects or aspects of work that the university sector might require, how much does that save the university sector by having an outsource ability to a consulting firm that means that they don't have to have on their books a workforce that's only working 10, 20, 30% of the time?
I'll jump in there and thank you for the question, Mr. Fang. It's a really good point. The work that I do with universities is incredibly specialised and highly technical, and really only needs to be done once every 10 to 15 years. Border firewall upgrades, for example. You do not need...
well, I'd say they might be a bit more than 10, 15 years.
But you don't need 10 engineers sitting around every day being paid by the university.
Yeah.
It's really on-call resources when needed for that specialist technical expert capability. And that's where it's really beneficial to have cross-sector experience. So specialists in these fields work across a range of sectors at Deloitte and bring those specialist technical expertise learnt from other sectors such as banking, government particularly, into the university sector. And that's something that we find really valuable, particularly in terms of the global insights that we can bring.
Yeah. So to distill it right down to its basics, does the employment of consultants for these specialist tasks save universities or cost universities money ultimately? Is it cheaper for them to employ staff that do those specialist roles, or is it cheaper to outsource those to a specialist that knows exactly the task that's involved and then cuts off that contract?
Yeah. I'll answer the first part and then I think Alan can answer the second. It's not only that it might be more cost effective for the universities to bring in specialists in the field from externally, it's also really a matter of the talent war that exists within these specialisations. It's very difficult to employ specialists in a lot of these fields, and it's a competitive advantage for firms like ours that we are able to do that.
Yeah. And then just touching on what you mentioned before, to actually end up with a more thorough, detailed, cutting-edge proposition for those individuals, having that industry knowledge and having the experience of working with other clients in that space is not something that a single university would be able to provide. They may be able to provide interim support for a period, but then they will need to continue to invest. And many, just touching on one of your projects, I know that your work, maybe touch on the left and right side work.
Yeah, so part of the work that we do is very much left seat, right seat, uplifting of capability. Our technical specialists are extremely passionate about the work that they do. And so, yeah, it took me a while to get there. Extremely passionate about the work that they do and really enjoy working with their colleagues on projects within the organisations that they're working with. And so we really do aim to do a skills uplift and transfer with that left seat, right seat training and development model. And equally, our people benefit from the work that they do with their colleagues within the cyber teams, particularly, that are embedded in the universities.
The other point to just touch on as well is one of scale. And so universities are complex, large organisations which require sometimes many people to be working on a project at any given time. And in order to get that scale to deliver the projects in the timeframe required, there's also that which needs to be thought about. And what we find when we're working at our best is when the Deloitte team is complementing the good capability that already exists in the university with that surge or that scale effort. And that means that the university's got consistency with its operational team, and then we're complementing their work in delivery.
Thank you. I just wanted to have a little bit of perspective on the matters. Thank you.
I think perspective is what we get here. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Mr. Diadem.
I've just got a few questions. So some of the earlier evidence we heard, I think it was from the Nous group, there was a sort of comment about the sort of professional ethics of the consulting industry. Is there a professional body for the consulting industry?
So Deloitte has a number of bodies which exist through our accounting standards, but as mentioned in a number of the committees, both at a state level and at a federal level, a single unified body doesn't exist at the moment.
So there's no, so it's not really a profession then in a, as we would understand a profession with a, professional body and some overarching standard setting, including sort of, setting ethical standards, like the Law Society or the Australian, the Certified Practicing Accountants. Like there's some standards there, and there's a sort of governance framework that effectively enforces those standards. There's nothing like that for the consulting industry, is there?
Well, I think the consulting industry definition is you could spend a lot of time understanding what the boundaries of that are. But for all of the professionals that work within Deloitte, all report through at least one of those bodies. So to say there's no oversight, I think would be a mischaracterisation of the sector.
And I would jump in there. Like all professional services, Deloitte employs a large number of solicitors, accountants, tax specialists who are subject to the professional rules of their governing bodies, such as the Law Society.
If you're providing purely consulting services, there is no overarching standards. So there's no benchmark in terms of the ethical standards that are regulated by a body that covers those who are just providing. It's different if you're a lawyer or if you're an accountant. They're established professions, but for just the offering of consulting services, there is no framework, is there?
No.
So I'm not aware of a single, as I mentioned earlier, there isn't a single...
The answer is no, I think it's fair to say.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, jump in.
We've spoken a bit about AI, but that's more about, we've asked about sort of Deloitte's use of AI. I wondered if, because you mentioned that tech and the cyber world is what you offer universities. So are you involved in any, or do you offer any sort of AI implementation or any products for universities? Is that something that you're engaged in? I know there are sort of software, and I'm sure other things that I don't know, but AI kind of specific
So what we're
services.
finding with most of the large enterprise systems that are being deployed now, they will have elements of AI included in them, which at the core of what that's doing is it's making the interaction with whoever's using it, whether it's an academic, a faculty member, student, staff member, admin, whoever it is, to complete the typically administrative tasks at a quicker speed. So whether they're putting in an academic leniency request or they're changing access to a particular campus, by using these systems, they can now do it much quicker. And that's because of pre-population of fields. The systems have a better understanding of the individual and can complete some tasks on their behalf.
And I guess relatedly, do you with any of your products or services, do you hold multi-year sort of service agreements, or it's these project type ones that Ms. Mannering was talking about, where you come in and fix something or do something or build something and then you're out?
So that varies. In terms of, we organise ourselves in terms of the type of work into three main areas. So one area is the advisory type work, which is the more traditional work that you would expect from consulting, which goes to the wage remediation advisory type work as an example. You then have implementation work, which we've talked a little bit about, which is where the vast majority of the work that we do with universities sits. So that's the implementation of either new cyber capabilities, enterprise systems, tools, technology. And then there's the operate business. And the operate business is where the organisation is unable or does not want to run that system into the future, then they can engage us to provide support services to provide that system.
Okay, and so do you have those operate business contracts currently for you at universities in New South Wales?
It's an emerging area for us because clients are asking us and we're responding to tenders that have those aspects in the tender process. Yes, that's right.
So you do, or you're just responding to tenders?
Oh,
you do provide
we do,
those
and we want to win that type of work. So when
Okay.
it's coming through from a university in a tender document, absolutely we'll respond.
So could you tell me which universities?
I won't provide the specific universities as those are commercial engagements. What I can do though is take it on notice and come back, because I get the direction of where you're going with that question, and happy to come back with more detail on notice on the specific types. But what I can say is it does relate specifically to the following an implementation of a technology, and that may or may not have been delivered by us, and providing ongoing support, because universities do find it challenging in some cases to get the support for those platforms because of the scarcity of resources in the market.
Understood. It's a real tough market for those kinds of services. I guess what I'm interested in is I don't need to know, and there's probably no point providing me with detail because I wouldn't understand what it is in the technical sense. But I am trying to get a sense of how much work is undertaken by consultants. And I don't know if you saw any of the earlier evidence, but there's very little transparency around what the amount of work, the types of contracts, the frequency. So do you not think that consultants should provide details? And you might say, well, it's not our role, and we're abiding by the law, but this is a normative question.
Yeah.
Shouldn't the public who fund public universities be able to see when external contractors are being paid for work at public universities? As a conceptual idea, isn't that reasonable?
I think
The government doesn't disclose.
Thank you, Mr. Fang.
I'm just saying.
Mr. Mills. Thank you, Mr. Fang.
This government doesn't disclose half the
Mr.
stuff.
Fang?
I think transparency is an important thing for an effective working government and institutions. I think that's always helpful, and I think the changes which are underway and have been widely discussed are reasonable. I think they're the types of reforms, and the more transparency we can give, the better. But until we get to that point, we're always going to meet the obligations of the contracts that we operate under, and we will always meet any reporting obligations that New South Wales or federal government has on us for reporting on our services.
Wouldn't Deloitte like to be the leader, the ethical leader, and declare? Or would Deloitte be prepared to say that if the others declare, we'll declare?
I think the challenge with this sector because it's such a vibrant sector in terms of suppliers and the breadth of people that are involved, whether that's multinational organisations or whether it's homegrown businesses, having capture of all is going to be really important. So regardless of whether one organisation says that that's what we would do, it's really important that it's a fair playing field for everyone from a competitive procurement process, both for the universities and all the suppliers.
Okay, thank you. So no for now, but we'll get back to you if we change the regs. Okay, thank you. We very much appreciate you being prepared to come down and talk to us today. Thank you, Mr. Mills. I know we have you as a regular at our committees. I can't promise there won't be more. Thank you, Ms. Mannering, for appearing this afternoon. You may have taken some things on notice, but there might be supplementary questions.
Of course.
And we will get back to you with timeframes and the like for those. So again, we very much appreciate you taking the time and answering our questions today.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you
very much.
And that is the end of
No, it's a shame.
the
We were having so
schedule
much fun.
for
It was great.
today.
It's really good.
Um,
Illuminating.